for the Y2K pride. Shout out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Hi everybody, how's it going? Happy Frederica Friday. We are starting Arc 7 of Higurashi today. Minagoro Shihen. Before we get started, let me read this donation that we got on the wait screen by C-Rose for the $5. Let's go! This is one of my favorite arcs in the story, and the arc that cemented this series as a classic for me. I totally agree. This arc is fucking awesome. And Ara Habaki Gaming with the $5. We arrive at the truest Frederica Friday. Reminder that no Umineko spoilers will be tolerated. Felices Viernes a todos. Yes, I definitely have to emphasize that one for this one. Definitely. JunePop45 with the $5. Hey Mercy, good to see you feeling well this Viernes. Yeah, I am feeling a little bit sick still, but not nearly as sick as I was feeling a few days ago, for sure. So I will be taking care, and I'm fine, so don't worry about it. I feel like there was some stuff that I wanted to go over real quick before we got started, but now I'm trying to remember what they were. Oh, yes. There is one thing I wanted to say. So for the past couple of arcs, I have not been doing the openings because they've contained like some spoilery visuals that I thought were just a bit too much. For this particular arc, I am actually going to let the opening play again this time, because anything that I would consider maybe even slightly spoilery about it is just going to become immediately obvious in the beginning of the arc anyway, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. Once again, you are going to see some of those side characters from the advanced story, like console arcs in that opening, but as usual, we ignore those people. They're not real. They don't exist to me, at least in this. So there's that. Also, as you might have seen on the wait screen, basically, I would just say, as far as trigger warning stuff goes, like content stuff, I'm not gonna get into like the specifics of why that is for now, but basically, if you remember the content warnings from Arc 3, from Tatarigoroshi, it's those. Those apply again. It's those specific content warnings. So if you had a hard time with Tatarigoroshi, just be aware that this arc treads a lot of familiar ground from that arc. But we're probably not really gonna get to a bunch of that today, at least. It's probably we're gonna start getting to that stuff more so next week than this week. So yeah, there you go. Before we get started, let me just check my Discord notifications one last time, and then we should be good. Phantom notification. Okay. I think I got it. Yeah, okay. Alright. I think we should be good to get going, so let's go ahead, get my windows up real quick, and yeah, okay. Yay. Minagoroshi, The Final Truth. Massacre Chapter. This story introduces the unit inside and out, using all the actors. This is no longer a story, it is a public autopsy for all to join. As they say, after loving someone, cut open their belly and eat their organs. It's the same with stories. The difficulty is quite mild, well suited for those with pride. What are you doing? I don't see you playing by yourself that often. All you could do before was nod to my questions. Since when do you have your own will? I'm glad. I finally have a sister or a brother, whichever you are. I used to be an existence of nothingness, just like you. But one day, I began to have my own identity, my own thoughts, and eventually, my own body. So it's not a surprise to see you in possession of your own will. Welcome to this vast yet tiny world, my sister. You might be my brother, but let me call you my sister until I know for sure. This is an endless, eternal, and infinite world, but that doesn't mean it's boundlessly vast. I suppose you could describe it like a ring with a small diameter. While the ring is an eternal, endlessly looping world, that doesn't mean it contains infinite space. Yes, in short, this world is eternally sealed. The future is supposed to be an infinite weave of countless choices. Yet for whatever reason, our world always ends in death. If I were to compare it to something, perhaps a maze of fate would be appropriate. Looping through the same moments forever, steadily grows harder and more dejecting, eventually producing something like me. Then, as that draws further on, even one like you is born, and eventually this world may be filled with your sisters too. After that, we'll build a colony inside of it, and once we lose our interest in this maze, Rika Furude will disappear from this world. 1 second actually, I'm gonna change the settings to get this. Right-click menu, yeah. Or wait, no. Shit, hold on. That is not the setting that I meant to change. Show that. Where's the little thingy? The... Oh, okay, it's put, yeah, okay. Yeah. There we go. Anywho. After that, we'll build a colony inside of it, and once we lose our interest in this maze, Rika Furude will disappear from this world. It looks like you still cling to this narrow world, Rika. Though I lost interest long ago, which is why I'm truly glad you were born for me to talk to. So what are you doing? Are you collecting fragments of memory? There's only 5 or 6 of them right now. It must still be fun for you, though. There used to be more fragments long ago, but one by one they disappeared into the darkness. Now, these are only the only ones that remain clear. Oh, that's not how you're supposed to use it. See? Try and hold it up to the light. All of that is the life of Rika Furude and its end. That one is... Oh, I remember that one. That's the world where Keiichi was cursed. Those fragments are like books to me, so I titled that one the Onikakshi chapter. Do you remember what happened in that one? Good. That makes things easier. In Onikakshi, Keiichi Maebara was consumed by the darkness. He couldn't accept the kind words his friends offered him, and eventually beat them to death, not knowing of their kindness. We were all killed after that anyway. That had nothing to do with his story, though. That fragment is the Watanagashi chapter. Shion Sonozaki was cursed in that one. She killed many people out of revenge for her boyfriend's disappearance as he went missing in 1982. Rika worked so hard, but she was captured at the end and she was tortured to death. That's why she chose to commit suicide in the Meakashi chapter, because things were going to turn out the same way. That fragment over there is called the Tatari Goroshi chapter. Satoko's uncle came back and locked her up inside her house. That was the worst world of all. There was nothing Rika was able to do in that world. Whenever Satoko's uncle comes back, Rika usually just gives up on that world. Fortunately, Satoko's uncle doesn't come back that frequently. That one is called the Sumi Horoboshi chapter. Rika was there until just a moment ago. Rena Ryugu was possessed in that world. It was pretty exciting to see her take over the whole school. It surprised me to learn that Keiichi Maebara had a memory of the other worlds just like we do. It was pretty amazing, but then again, most of us always have some kind of memory like that. We all have an imaginary world within us, some idea of what would have happened if you did things differently. It's like the strange feeling you get when you do something for the first time, but it feels like you've done it before. Everyone has a memory of an imaginary world in their mind, but the memory is not always that clear. It's not surprising, really. You're special enough to be able to see those fragments of memories. It's probably very difficult for you to understand how special you really are. You were born into a world where it's a natural thing for you to see these fragments. I was originally born in the normal world. I didn't know until recently that I could collect these fragments of memory. You grabbed those fragments just because you could, but I didn't know how to do that for a long time. I'm sorry. I'm sure you're not interested in hearing my story. What's wrong? What are you curious about? Oh? You're curious as to why so many different incidents occur in the same world? It's very interesting, isn't it? Why do you think that that's the case? Let's think about it together. Thinking is the first step towards playing a game. The main character among Rika's group of friends is Keiichi Maebara. In Onikakushi, he was possessed by suspicion and killed Rena Ryugu and Mion Sonozaki. If that was an inevitable event, he would be killing them in every world. In other words, what Keiichi Maebara did in Onikakushi was not inevitable. Indeed, the only thing that's inevitable is Keiichi Maebara's role. If Keiichi Maebara was someone with a naturally suspicious heart, he would take the same actions in every world. But that didn't happen. It's true that Keiichi Maebara is both passionate and easily convinced of anything, but it's rare for him to exhibit the kind of rage he displayed in Onikakushi. In other words, even though something might seem inevitable in one world, that may not be the case if you compare it to a different one. If something really is inevitable, it will happen for sure in every life. That's what true inevitability is like. It's very important that you know that. When you compare the different worlds, what's common among all of them is the truth. Understand? Like I said, what seems inevitable in one life could just be a random event in another. The club activities that Mion Sonozaki suggests are a good example. If Mion Sonozaki had a strong inclination towards playing certain games, you'd be playing them in every world. But in reality, you participate in different activities in most of them. That means that the games they play in the club are randomly decided by Mion Sonozaki. We know that now because we've been through many different lives. Those who only live in one world can't see if the event in question is inevitable or random. Those who only live once can't predict what's going on in Mion Sonozaki's mind, but we can. Although the activities are random, Mion Sonozaki calls us together for the club meeting almost every day in every life. I can see that Mion Sonozaki holds a strong will towards having the club meeting. Mion Sonozaki always wants to play a game with other club members, but she doesn't know what to play. See? We can read Mion Sonozaki's mind just by simply examining these fragments. With this alone, we can see part of who Mion Sonozaki really is. Let me talk a bit more about Keiichi Maebara. For those who only live once, the world of the Onikakushi chapter is nothing but a story where Keiichi suffered mysterious hallucinations and beat his friends to death. For them, there's nothing beyond this fact. We, however, can compare different fragments and find out something they could never see. As a result, we know that the murder of his friends was not inevitable. I told you that just earlier. In fact, while there are about 5 or 6 pieces in front of you, he only kills his friends in one of them. That means we can roughly conclude that the possibility Keiichi Maebara triggers the tragedy is less than 20% and is almost a fluke. This means that amongst the countless worlds, Keiichi Maebara causing the tragedy is an unimportant factor. Now, can you find the common thread to be drawn from here? My, you found it already? No wonder you were born in this world. You're quick to learn the knack for playing with building blocks. I didn't figure that out for a while. I was born in the normal world, so I could only see things from a single world's perspective. I was too obsessed with the fact that Keiichi Maibara caused the tragedy, so I had trouble finding it. Right, that's exactly right. You see it? The Onikakushi, Watanagashi, Meikashi, and Sumihoroboshi chapters all have something in common. Someone in the group becomes violent because of dark and paranoid thoughts. In each world, either Keiichi Maibara, Shion Sonozaki, or Rena Ryugu become violent as their delusions grew stronger. Keiichi Maibara, Shion Sonozaki, and Rena Ryugu are all my close friends, but they were all born and raised differently. The only common factor is that they all live in Hinamizawa. I just said it not too long ago, though. When we peer through these fragments of multiple worlds, the constant phenomena become our facts, and the chance phenomena hold little meaning. In other words, the unrelated individual culprits are not all that important. To go further, the violence of their crimes also bears no meaning. Keiichi Maibara beat his friends to death. Shion Sonozaki killed the central people of the three families. And Rena Ryugu took over the school. They were all different. There's nothing in common there. In fact, the very, very important truth is that while the culprit and crimes are decided at random, their process of growing paranoid until they resort to violence is always constant. The suspect changes every time, but the process does not. After comparing the different worlds, this is the truth that I found. This is one truth that is common to all the worlds of Hinamizawa. The rule is that a random person becomes violent under the influence of paranoid thoughts. This is Rule X. Keiichi Maibara, Shion Sonozaki, and Rena Ryugu, pieces with no particular connection, have the potential to succumb to that rule with random probability. I don't know what the probability is that those pieces will be ensnared by that rule. Perhaps there's some rule to that, too. Is it because the three are all close in age? Or is it because they all live in Hinamizawa? Well, we're not detectives or police officers. This is not something that a small girl like us, Rika Furude, can easily figure out. At least we now know that there's a mysterious rule in the world of Hinamizawa. People who only live in one world would have no way of knowing that. I'm proud of myself for figuring that out. I guess for you it's not particularly surprising, though. What did you say? That's right. If something is common among all worlds, that means it's fated to happen. Some events quickly come to mind, don't they? Right. Jiro Tomitake and Mio Takano are always killed in those worlds. On top of that, they're murdered in exactly the same way in every world. In other words, unlike our previous rule with its variability, their murders are thoroughly planned out by someone with a strong will. So that does not fit with the mysterious vague Rule X that leads a random individual to violence. After all, they're always murdered regardless of who falls to Rule X. Therefore, there's another rule to these worlds. A rule that says Jiro Tomitake and Mio Takano will get killed on the night of Watanagashi. Let's call it Rule Y. Don't you see how funny this is? Jiro Tomitake and Mio Takano are killed in every world, right? Every time, the character who gets cursed always thinks that their deaths have something to do with the danger that's awaiting them. The fact that someone turns violent, Rule X, and Jiro Tomitake and Mio Takano's deaths, Rule Y, are supposed to be two independent rules, but they all tend to link them together. Of course, one could say that's how they become ensnared in the spell of paranoia, leading them to violence to begin with. But do you think in their paranoia that they notice someone is trying to lead them to link those rules together? Yes. Whoever the piece leading them is, they're the one making this stage called Hinamizawa very complicated. You should have noticed at least two suspicious people. Do you know who I'm talking about? That's right. I'm referring to Kurauda Oishi and Mio Takano. When you compare our previous fragments, the role of the piece known as Kurauda Oishi becomes clear. He's a detective who's retiring this year, and he's in a hurry to solve the mystery of the series of deaths in Hinamizawa. After he retires, he'll have to move away from the village. That's why he's desperate to solve this case before he has to leave Hinamizawa. Why is he so obsessed with the serial murders in Hinamizawa? That's right. It's because of the first murder involving the manager of the construction site. The victim was Oishi's close friend. You'll see that if you look at the Himatsubushi chapter. Oishi was there when the dam conflict was at its peak. He saw how the Sonozaki family took control of the Onigafuchi Guardians, and he believed that the Sonozaki family was pulling the strings behind the whole incident. That's why he always suspected that the Sonozaki family was behind the series of mysterious deaths, regardless of the evidence or lack thereof. His personal biased belief, combined with his credibility as a police detective, affected the pitiable victims of persecution complexes in each world. As a result, the pitiful victims of Rule X come to accept the Sonozaki family as the identity of the unknown force their paranoia seeks. Shion Sonozaki's case was the most conspicuous one in that matter. So yes, if this piece, Oishi, didn't intervene, then perhaps the victims of Rule X wouldn't have resorted to such violence. So the role his piece plays is to indirectly cause the tragedy. I don't know who named him this, but Oyashiro-sama's servant is the perfect nickname for Oishi. The other suspicious person is Mio Takano. One would assume the only role of her piece is to amuse herself with research into Onigafuchi's dreadful history, and to take pleasure in scaring others with those tales. However, just like Oishi, she also gives them the idea that the Sonozaki family is behind all the mysterious incidents that happen in the village. She interfered the most with Rena Ryugu. For Mio Takano, Rena Ryugu was the perfect prey, grasping at straws to try to identify the force she suspected. Ironically, however, Mio Takano always ends up getting killed at the end. If she had survived and seen Rena take over the school, she would have laughed long and loud. Now, have you realized that these two pieces and the roles they fulfill have their own rule too? They talk about the Sonozaki family, and the listener always believes them. This is Rule Z, and what a humorous rule it is. You should already have an answer to this mystery in your fragments on hand. The fact that it is the Sonozaki family always acts as if they're responsible, no matter if they are or not. They always pretend to be the villains in order to make sure that people continue to fear them. As a result, the villagers have believed that the Sonozaki family has been pulling the strings ever since the dam conflict ended. Kuraudo Oishi and Mio Takano were simply fooled by that rule. Actually, the whole village is fooled by it. Still, the more I think about it, the stranger the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa seems to me. Do you know why? Nearly all of the fragments of memories we have here are from 1983, so I have no idea about the incidents from 1980 to 1982. But it's likely that interpreting these murders as serial is simply a result of falling victim to Rule Z, believing that the Sonozaki family is pulling the strings behind everything. In short, they may be trying to conflate those multiple crimes, which each happened for different reasons, into one big case. Well, I have no way of discerning the truth from the fragments here. Still, perhaps something lies in one of them. Each case was supposed to have been solved individually, after all. We don't know if that theory is sound or irrational, but it might surprisingly be an element we can't ignore. That reminds me, Shion said something intriguing in the Meikashi chapter. That curse system she came up with. Do you remember that? Her theory was that the villagers believed that they're allowed to kill an enemy on the night of the village on the night of Watanagashi in the name of Oyashiro-sama's curse. And that this foundation of murder is allowed on that night alone is the true identity of the curse. Since most of the fragments here are from 1983, there's nothing to back the validity of Shion's theory, but there are still interesting things about it. In other words, her theory is that the suspect is not the one who's committing the crime. It's the environment that's causing the murder. People in a single world tend to analyze a criminal's life to determine the process that led them to crime, but her idea is different. The real crime is committed not by the criminals, but by the environment. In other words, it may only be happenstance that Robber A committed the crime, and the environment of poverty may have created Robber B instead, or perhaps even Robber C. A may not even be a criminal in another world. Therefore, the real criminal is not A, but the environment that creates A, B, or C. And well, while people in a single world may be able to reach such an idea, The widespread desire to place blame commonly causes A to be lynched by society, while the environment that gave rise to A goes ignored. Did I confuse you? I'm sorry. Perhaps that example was actually harder to understand for you. It's easy for me to see it like that because I'm from the normal world. Let me make it simple for you. The culprit behind the tragedy in many worlds isn't individuals like Keiichi Maebara or Shion Sonozaki, but the environment. So Rule X is the true culprit at fault. You're earning good marks if you can grasp that, even if we don't know the identity of Rule X. And if you can grasp the 3 rules governing this stage called Hinamizawa, rules X, Y, and Z, then you're earning very good marks. So long as you understand those rules, then even if this is your first experienced world, you should easily find the truth without distraction. See? Isn't it fun? Merely 3 simple rules are interacting on this stage, creating a kaleidoscope of different worlds. This is probably a very unusual case. In other locations, you shouldn't be able to see such extreme variation, even after looping through several worlds. It keeps me entertained, just staying here and watching these worlds revolve. Anyway, there's one more fact we can understand from these fragments of worlds. This is the biggest problem we Rika Furudes are facing. The fact that Rika Furude always dies each time. It's as if June 1983 is a dead end for her. Worse, there's no randomness to it. It's guaranteed to happen. In other words, it's the same pattern as the deaths of Jiro Tomitake and Mio Takano. It's following the exact same rule, Rule Y. Tomitake Jiro and Takano Mio are always murdered on the night of Watanagashi. Furude Rika's date of death is not always the same, but she's always dead by the middle of June. Jiro Tomitake and Mio Takano are probably attacked on their way home, so that's why it always happens on the same night. But for Rika Furude, it's different. She takes different actions in every world, and her lifestyle is very unpredictable. For that reason, the day of her death is not always the same. However, she always dies in June, because a similar powerful conviction vows to kill her too. So we can assume that the same Rule Y killing them is also the rule behind her death? Is the same person killing all 3 of them? I don't know if it's the same person, but it's highly likely the same rule is at work. Is it the same person? Or the same organization? Is it the same views? The same goals? Rika's most important goal is to escape her deadly fate, but it doesn't mean that she wants to leave the village and survive. She wants to live happily in the village. All of her friends must also be happy too. That's Rika's happy future. The ideal future she hopes for. It's tragic that we can't realize such a simple desire no matter how many times we repeat this. Though it's a tragedy we're only able to perceive because we're beings capable of comparing the fragments from different worlds. By the way, I have some interesting information. While Rika is almost always killed by Rule Y, have you noticed that she's killed by Rule X in some worlds? Right. It happened in the Watanagashi and Meikashi chapters. Rika Furude committed suicide, but you can say she was more or less killed by Rule X via Shion Sonozaki in those worlds. In other words, this is a blunder for Rule Y. Rule Y is trying to kill Rika with a strong desire to achieve some aim. But she was killed before that, as a result of the unrelated Rule X. That might have caused them to show some disturbance. If Rule Y's objective is simply to bury Rika, then that's not a problem. But if they have some objective beyond that, then that might show up as some other phenomenon. Perhaps the Watanagashi and Meikashi chapters have something in common. Something that doesn't happen in other worlds. Unfortunately, we're Rika Furude, so we don't know what happens after Rika is dead. Or, by any chance, do you know what happened? Since I'm Rika Furude, I only know of events during Rika's life. You, on the other hand, are a special existence who was born in a superior world. Is there anything that didn't happen in the Watanagashi and Meikashi chapters that happened in all the other worlds after Rika's death? If you know anything, then that must be another truth behind Rule Y. The memories I have here are all mainly about the chaos brought about by Rika's friends, that is, Rule X, But its foundation, Rule Z, and the obvious hostility common among all worlds, Rule Y, are what I believe to be the true rules governing this stage. If so, then Rika's path is a thorny one. She needs to fight Rule Y in order to survive. Unless she defeats it, she has no future past June 1983. And to win her own happiness, she must also beat Rule X to win her friend's safety. So long as that's undefeated, one of Rika's precious friends may be led to tragedy. If that happens, then even should Rika survive, she wouldn't have the happy future she hopes for. She may also have to defeat Rule Z, just as Sonozaki Shion faced it in Meakashi. So long as Rule Z remains, then even if she escapes 1983, it's possible another tragedy may lie waiting in 1984. It's extremely likely that Rule Z is the breeding ground for Rule X. Hinamizawa's fundamental belief that the Sonozaki family is behind everything, and the custom that anything can be misconstrued as the curse, may indirectly be the root of all evil here. People are not surprised to see somebody die on the night of Watanagashi. That type of thinking is keeping the curse alive in Hinamizawa, where it causes even more tragedy. It's Rule Z reinforcing itself. Rules X, Y, and Z. These are the three rules that hunt Rika down in the eternal June of 1983. They are all tough obstacles. We didn't even figure out these three common rules until recently. Were you aware of them? If you were, I'll give you straight A's. I've tried so hard in the past to break these rules, but I was never successful. However, a miracle happened in the Sumihoroboshi chapter. Keiichi Maibara was able to recognize a small fragment from another world by chance, and he beat Rule X. In the end, Rika was still killed that night by Rule Y though. But still, one rule was defeated. That was a huge leap forward. Rika knew that there were three common rules among the worlds, but she could never break any of them. Eventually she gave up, and lost interest in the worlds. That's how I was born. However, she's different now. She learned something valuable from Keiichi Maibara, that the rules can be broken with a strong enough will to fight. If she can break all three rules, Rika Furude will be freed from her eternal prison. She doesn't have much time left, though. Rika has traveled through many worlds. Her physical lifespan's not a problem, but her mental lifespan is getting shorter. Mentally, she's extremely old, and her soul is starting to turn into something different. In the end, she'll probably lose the ability to experience singular worlds. She's already showing those signs, and eventually, her memories from the parallel worlds will mix together, ultimately causing her derangement and the loss of Rika Furude's soul. Then, she will disappear. That means you and I are going to be left in this dark world. The fragments of our memories will gradually disappear, and we will be left alone in the eternal darkness. Eventually, we will die. Rika Furude is aware of that. She knows that her mental lifespan is getting shorter and shorter. Hanyu is also losing her powers. She can't rewind through years of time like she used to. Her power has decreased so much that she can barely rewind 1 month of time. Actually, she can only rewind a few weeks. In the next world, she should only have about 2 weeks of time. Rika Furude is going to try to break all three rules in just those 2 weeks. I wanted to know what's outside the well, so I tried to claw my way up from there. I wanted to know what's outside the well, so I continued to climb even when I fell and injured myself. I finally realized the higher I climb, the more pain I feel when I fall. When my curiosity toward my world and my physical pain become equal, I finally understood the meaning of the frog in the well. Chapter 7. Minagoroshi. So, I know that I said the thing about the console art characters, by the way, but actually, very funny thing about that construct is the old green hair Yakuza. That's actually a exclusive console arc where you get to see an older Mion. So that's actually Mion. That is actually a character we know. One exception in that opening, that there is Mion. But anywho. That extra arc is actually really good. That might be one that I feel the need to showcase like after we finish the series at some point, just because it's pretty cool. I like it a lot. Anywho. I felt no gravity in the darkness, and lost all of my senses as a result. I banged my head on the floor with a dull thud. Seeing stars behind my eyelids, I curled into a ball while holding my head in pain. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Rika! Please say something! I had no idea why I was in this situation, but as soon as I heard their voices from the top of the cliff, I realized that I must have fallen. I remember. I was playing behind the shrine with the rest of the club members. I got too excited and started doing something very dangerous. Then the tree branch broke. That's how I fell off the cliff. My body started to ache all over. I remembered how I fell, but I still felt strange for some reason. I couldn't remember what I was doing. No, it was more that I couldn't remember who Rika Furude was before I fell off the cliff. Oh, hello. I heard Hanyu's panicked voice. I looked behind me and saw Hanyu standing there with a scared look on her face. Hanyu? What just happened? Hello. You were playing with everyone and fell off the cliff. Are you okay? I don't care about that, Hanyu. What day is it today? What year and what month is it? I always ask this question first when something like this happens. She finally realized that I was asking the same old question. It's June of 1983. The Watanagashi festival is next week, so... Oh dear. I only have that much time left. This is the best we can do, Hanyu muttered regretfully. It was the middle of June 1983. If this really was the best she could do, I had no choice. I couldn't complain. I gradually started to remember more things. If this is June of 1983, I see. I was killed again. After Rena surrendered to the police, all of the classmates were given checkups at the clinic. I didn't get hurt, so I was sent back home after they determined that I had no injuries. My memory started getting vague from that point on. A common characteristic of my violent deaths. When my life is taken away violently, the memory before death becomes vague with static. It's like a violently ripped roll of toilet paper. That example should make it easy to understand, even if it's uncouth. That's why I have no clear memory of what happened and how I died that night. I only have vague memories. I think someone covered my mouth with a handkerchief or something and I passed out. That's about the only thing that I remember, and only vaguely. I'm not even sure if it really happened. The only thing I know for sure is that I was attacked on my way home, or possibly after I got there, and that I was murdered suddenly. I don't know who killed me or how I was killed. I'm glad that at least I don't remember the horrific ending to my life every time it happens. Because of my experiences, I think I now understand why ghosts wander this world, not knowing that they died so suddenly. If it's a death from a long-lasting illness, people tend to remember that they were sick. They can kind of assume that they died after being sick for a long time. But when your memory is violently disrupted like mine, it can get quite confusing. When I first experienced this, I wasn't sure if I was dreaming or not. I even thought I hit my head hard and lost my memory. I needed to organize things before I get too confused. My name is Rika Furude. People look at me in a special way, but that's not a big deal for me. All I want is a happy life where I can play around with my best friends. I can't remember how long I've been living just for the sake of obtaining that simple happiness. This panicked girl here is named Hanyu. I'm the only one who can see her. Perhaps she only exists inside of my head? At any rate, Hanyu is invisible and can generally only interact with me. It'll be a long story if I try to explain Hanyu's existence, so I won't be doing that right now. Besides, I don't even know how I should talk about her. She's been there since I was born, and her existence is a natural thing for me. I saw everyone running up the gravel road toward me. They're my important and lovable best friends. Our group's active, boisterous, and we get serious about doing stupid things. I'm never bored when I'm around them, and I love them very much.
How? Rika-chan, are you okay? Did you sprain your ankle?
Where did you get hurt? Let this old man have a look at it.
Meep. Thank you so much. I just got a bump on my head.
I think all I got was a bump at least. My injury wasn't as serious as everyone thought.
When you hit your head, you still need to be cautious, even if you're fine for the moment.
That's true. You should get the coach to check you out just in case.
That's a good idea. Do you want me to go and get him?
Yeah. We'll go ask somebody to use a phone and call him here.
You don't need to do that. I'm totally fine. Nipa! Absolutely not, Rika. You must be cautious.
Satoko warned me with a stern voice. It really wasn't a big deal, but I decided to nod since Satoko was trying to be generous. She wasn't trying to boss me around or anything. She was only saying that because of how much she cares. I've seen it before in the many different lives that I've been through. I have no doubt that she's really concerned about me. It's not just Satoko. Mion, Rena, and Keiichi are the same. They're all so nice to me, and they truly do care. Mion left to look for a phone. Rena also left with a towel, looking for the water tap. Satoko remained nearby, taking care of me with a worried face. And Hanyu was just standing there, still wearing a panicked look. Keiichi seemed to be panicked too, but he was trying not to show it. He was standing by me, wearing a calm expression.
Are you alright?
I'm fine. It doesn't hurt anywhere.
I'm glad you're not seriously injured. I was super worried.
I wouldn't feel anything special about his words if this was a while ago. But at that moment when Rena took over the classroom, when she hurt Mion, Keiichi tried his best to save Rena even so. He was more reliable than I ever imagined from his normal behavior. He's usually an insensitive guy who hurts other people's feelings without noticing, but that's not his true self. He has a secret side. He's willing to sacrifice himself for other people. I was just observing that not too long ago. That's why I can honestly feel his generosity now that I think about it. Keiichi regained a memory from another world the previous time around. Is it possible that he carries that memory in this world too? If that's the case, I have some hope. Hanyu and I are totally powerless. Hanyu is only like heir to everyone but me, and I'm just a little girl. There's only so much that we can do ourselves. But Keiichi is different. He changed the fate that I had once resigned myself to. He's somebody who may have the power to take me to my unseen future. If I can get Keiichi to understand me, he could be my hero. Perhaps I'm actually not expecting that much out of him. I just want someone to understand my struggle of being stuck in this maze. Keiichi. I spoke to him slowly. It had been a while since I felt so nervous. I hadn't felt this way since I started my endless life in 1983. As a witch, I normally would know what his response would be before even talking to him. I often remain silent because I already know how pitiful the reply would be. But in that case, why was I so nervous now?
Did you call me Rika-chan?
Hanyu gave me a disappointed look before I responded to Keiichi. Rika. I could tell what Hanyu was thinking too. The miracle wasn't going to happen. If miracles do happen, one could have happened many times in other lives. But I've only seen one miracle before. The miracle that Keiichi gave me was a once-in-a-lifetime kind of miracle. Only if it happened again would it be a true miracle. I won't get out of this world just because I rolled 6 on the die once. I can't get out unless I get a miracle that's equivalent to getting 6 on the die 10 times in a row. And so, I rolled 10 dice wishing they'd all turn out to be 6.
Keiichi,
What is it? Are you hurt anywhere? He looked at me worriedly after I called his name twice.
Keiichi, do you remember?
I knew how sudden my question was. As I thought he would, he looked at me with a confused face. What are you talking about? I looked inside his eyes to see his true feelings. He should remember. He should know. Even though he doesn't have the memory, Keiichi experienced it.
What is she referring to, Keiichi-san? Did you do something bad to her? You had better speak up. Keiichi, do you remember? Climbing up on the school roof? The school roof? Keiichi-san, you climbed up there? I'm not asking you, Satoko. Do you remember, Keiichi?
I did? I climbed up on the roof? When? You must be mistaken somehow, Rika-chan. I never climbed up on the roof, and I don't even know how to get up there.
Of course you haven't experienced it in this world yet. But please tell me that you remember. I know you've never been up on the roof, but you should still remember doing it. You shouldn't be able to remember it true, but you actually did it once. You should be able to remember it once again.
Perhaps you went up there to get a ball or something?
Never. You been up there, Satoko?
Unthinkable. I would get in such terrible trouble if I did something like that.
But I bet it'd feel really good to take a nap up there.
There's no way he would remember. If miracles could happen that easily, neither of us would be suffering like this.
Shut up. I knew that. I knew that he wouldn't remember.
Our fate's already set in stone. We're like a pitiful cicada that dies after the summer festival.
Shut up.
Oh.
As I stared at her fiercely, Hanyu realized that she had crossed a line. This might be a waste of time. The maze we're in might not have an exit. It might be an endless loop without a goal in place. We're trapped in this fate. I thought that Keiichi might be able to get me out of here, but that Keiichi I saw was truly a miracle. A momentary glimmer. The Keiichi of this world doesn't bear that same miracle. All the same, I'm not going to give up. Last time too, I gave up on fighting destiny. I realized Rena was beyond salvation, so I bid her farewell and forsook that world. But Keiichi fought and broke the cycle of fate. I should have worked harder with that Keiichi in that world. I could have broken this endless cycle together with him. Am I going to repeat this life waiting for that miracle to happen again? I can't do that. I don't want to repeat the same life anymore. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this world, my fate, and everything. I'm tired of getting murdered by destiny. Keiichi showed me a miracle. I should be able to do the same, too. I must fight. I must fight with all my remaining power. I was always fighting. I was fighting when I had more power. But I never made it. How can I expect to win this time? Still, I must fight. Keiichi taught me that fate can be shattered. I'm going to fight one more time. Oh, the achievement. Very, very good. All right. To my granddaughter.
I'm sorry for leaving you like this. I just need you to understand. I'd rather take my own life than be fearful of how many days I have left to live. That's why I'm writing this letter to you. I can't stand the fear of being unable to leave behind a will while my life is prolonged, even as I lose my consciousness. In the end, there's nothing I can leave behind for you. I was unable to leave any of my achievements to this world. I was forgotten before I was dead. I leave this world a humiliated man, knowing that I had no appreciation from anyone. You must do better than me. You must achieve something that your grandfather was never able to achieve. I don't mind what field you choose. You must leave your mark on this world. You must leave behind your achievements. You will eventually die someday. You'll eventually turn to ashes. As a human being, that's your inevitable fate. But if you achieve a great success, you'll live forever even after you depart. Those who live beyond their deaths are called gods. I wished to become one, but I was unable to do so. So in my place, you must become a god someday.
Gee. Wonder who that guy was. I guess we'll find out eventually. Anyway.
There. You're all done.
Irie withdrew the needle from Satoko's arm. It must not have hurt much for the needle to be pulled out. Satoko kept her eyes closed in fear, thinking that the needle was still inside her arm.
Satoko, you're all done, you know. What? Oh, it's finally over?
As Satoko opened her eyes, she found that Irie was no longer sitting in front of her. Takano was wiping her arm with rubbing alcohol instead. That's right, you're all done now. Dr. Irie is good with needles, unlike me. You didn't even notice he was finished. Don't touch that part of your arm for a while, okay? Also, try not to carry anything too heavy.
Of course, I know that by now. Good for you, Satoko. I'll pat your head for you. It was nothing. There's nothing I did that would require you to pat my head.
Not long ago, she would go into a panic when it was her time to get a shot. The way she behaved today in itself is worthy of praise. Everyone in the room smiled, aware of that growth.
Please give her the usual test. Will you, Takano-san?
Sure. All right, Satoko-chan. It's time for the quiz we always do.
Your quiz is quite difficult for me.
Take it easy. If it's too difficult, you can just tell me that you don't know the answer. You don't have to think too hard. Just tell me whatever comes to mind at the moment. Takano smiled at Satoko to ease her tension. Then she led Satoko to a desk in the back of the examination room.
I hope Satoko gets better soon.
I don't know if it's because of the heat, but Satoko has been showing negative symptoms since last month. The change of the seasons can affect her physically and emotionally. It's not a surprise that this is happening to her. I'm going to see Irie and ask him how Satoko is doing. What are you going to do, Hanyu?
I'm going to stay with Satoko.
Thank you. I'll leave it to you. Hanyu went over to where Satoko was. Fortunately, I'm the only one who can see Hanyu. She won't be a distraction if she goes and observes Satoko's test. I, of course, would be a distraction like that. This is supposed to be a routine exam, but it seems like Takano is teasing her by giving her difficult questions. It would be pretty funny to observe how Satoko reacts to them. I'm a little jealous that Hanyu gets to watch everything without being a bother to Satoko. Irie was talking with 2 other staff members about Satoko's exam results. I walked up and joined them.
Thank goodness. She seems to be improving.
From what Irie was saying, her results must have turned out well. Irie, how is she?
Don't worry. The results were good. I'll discuss this more with you 2 later.
After ordering his staff to continue their work, Irie showed me some difficult paperwork and started explaining it to me.
I guess we overreacted to the test results from last week. Her condition shifted dramatically because of the change in climate. Did she have a cold by any chance?
There was one night recently that was fairly hot. Satoko was sleeping without her blanket, and her stomach was exposed. She might have caught a cold that night. She was sleeping with her belly exposed. I poked her belly button, but she didn't wake up at all.
That sounds like fun. Please call me if that happens again. Okay, shut the fuck up, dude.
It's so soft. Her belly's chunky, too. It was so cute that I didn't want to cover it with a blanket.
That's why she caught a cold, huh?
Rika! I can hear you! You'd better put a blanket on me next time. You're in the middle of a quiz, Satoko-chan. You need to concentrate.
Irie, Hanyu, and I all laughed. Satoko went back to her test with a bitter look on her face. Irie began speaking to me in a softer voice.
She's in remission, but her level is still L3 negative. She was and will continue to be in critical condition.
She's never going to get better?
Just like with anaphylaxis, her body will be conditioned to react severely even after the foreign chemical is out of her system. In other words,
she'll never move below the level 3 stage.
Yes, that's right. But it's not the end of the world. She can control it by maintaining a proper lifestyle, as well as taking some medication.
But it will never be cured. In her whole lifetime.
I looked at Satoko as she enjoyed taking her test. She seemed to be having fun, even while being teased by Takano. I can't believe that she's suffering from an incurable disease.
If you think of it in a negative way, you're right. But many people in the world are coping with incurable illnesses. Diabetes is a good example. The condition itself can never be cured, but the symptoms can be controlled.
I know that very well. There are many worse diseases in the world. Satoko might be in a relatively good situation compared to many other sick people.
Of course, I'm not giving up on her. I'll make sure that I'll cure her disease someday. I promise.
I trust you.
Yes, trust me.
Irie spoke to me with a serious look on his face. As Satoko's best friend, I felt relieved to hear his words. I'm sure he'll do his very best to save Satoko's life. I have no doubt that he'll do so. I've seen him act like this in every life I've lived. I also know why he's so passionate to save her, but I'm not supposed to know about that in this life. That's why I always pretend not to see his sad smile.
By the way, Rika-san, we'll be conducting another big test at the end of the month.
Am I going to be the guinea pig this time?
It's not like that. You're only helping our studies, which will save many people's lives.
Irie's guinea pig is not just Satoko. I'm also one of them. Although guinea pig is probably not the right term. Without Irie's efforts, Satoko would not be here today. For that reason, I should be showing respect to this man. I smiled at him, since my choice of words had hurt his feelings.
Meep. If testing me can save Satoko's life, I don't mind being a guinea pig.
Thank you for your support. I wouldn't be causing you so much trouble if I had more money and equipment.
The next moment, the phone rang. Irie answered it in his usual business-like tone.
Hello, this is Irie.
You have a call on the line from Tokyo. I'll transfer it to the other phone.
I could hear the voice from the phone.
Ah, that must be Risa-san then. Is it that time of the year already? I'm going to pick it up at the office. Will you transfer it there?
Absolutely. Please hang up this line in that case.
Okay. I'm sorry, Rika-san. I got a call from Tokyo.
Don't mind me. As soon as Irie hung up the phone in the other room started ringing. He left the examination room and headed toward the office. Hanyu returned to my side as soon as Irie left. Hanyu doesn't like to be around me when I'm talking with Irie. I don't think she dislikes him. It's just that she doesn't really want to hear what he has to say. Irie doesn't mean any harm, but Hanyu is often hurt by the things that come out of his mouth.
How's Satoko doing? She's not good at spot the difference, like usual. I was able to find more differences than her.
I don't care how well you did. What about Satoko?
Oh.
I thought she was there to check on Satoko, but she was taking the quiz alongside her instead. That's so typical of Hanyu. She was treating it almost like a game, but Satoko was tired after taking the same quiz every week. She seemed sleepy, especially after waking up so early this morning. The quiz in this case wasn't about a right or wrong answer. It was about timing, in minutes, how long it took her to answer the question and observing how she acted during the quiz. Not all of the questions would be simple ones, so Satoko often got headaches, more so than even the spelling tests we'd take at school. Is it almost over?
Yes, it is. The book Takano has right now is the last one.
Takano was showing a book to Satoko with abstract pictures inside. I couldn't even tell that it was supposed to be a picture. It was just a symmetrical ink stain.
This is the last one. What do you think this is?
Both Hanyu and I looked at the picture over Satoko's shoulders. Even I didn't know what to answer when looking at that strange ink stain. Satoko continued to think. Takano observed her, taking notes while Satoko struggled. She was also timing how long it took her to answer, holding a stopwatch under the table. I spoke to Hanyu so only she could hear me.
What do you think it looks like,
Hanyu?
Well... Oh! It's soft serve ice cream. It fell onto the ground and ended up like this. Oh. It's been wasted.
I see. This is a good test for understanding a person's mind. To me, it looked like a horse mackerel that had been cut open and its guts pulled out. I was thinking of food, too. It was rather shocking to learn my thought processes are the same as Hanyu's.
What does it look like to you?
You don't have to think too hard. Satoko must not be very good at this test. She always takes a long time to answer questions like this. She finally opened her mouth to speak.
It's like 2 butterflies are on top of each other.
2 butterflies on top of each other. Tell me more about it. Why are they on top of each other? Takano continued to take notes as Satoko spoke. Curious about what she was writing, I looked, but... Is that German? I can't read it at all. Takano is so mean.
They were apart for quite some time. But having finally reunited, they're excited to see each other again.
I apologize, I don't even know what I'm trying to say.
No, you're doing just fine. You can tell me whatever's on your mind.
That's the whole point of this test.
Are you certain even such a strange answer is serving a purpose?
Of course. For example, take this picture. You gave me a totally different answer last year. I can tell how you've changed just by comparing how you respond.
Really? I don't like this test. What did I even say last year?
Takano smiled and took a note without answering her question. I tried to remember what her answer was, but I have more than 100 years worth of memories in my head. Hanyu might remember better than I do. As I looked at Hanyu, I realized she was standing there with a sad expression. I decided not to ask her. I could tell what kind of answer Satoko gave back then just by looking at Hanyu's face. Last year, June 1982, that was when Satoko was being abused by her cruel aunt. Recalling that, I didn't even want to know what Satoko answered. But just a year later, the Satoko who was so worn down could no longer be seen. She became so strong. I know how difficult it was for her to stay strong and tough like this. Her growth over the past year is overwhelming to me. Are you done with the test? Irie returned from his office.
Yes, we're finished.
Satoko-chan is handling it a lot better now. We were done pretty quick today.
I did my best to ensure it was done with quickly. I have plans after this, so I can't stay here too long.
You have something after this? Today's Sunday, right?
We're doing a club activity at Mi's uncle's toy store today.
No wonder you were so obedient with the test today. It was because you have plans. Sorry we held you so long. Well, here's your stuff, Satoko-chan.
Irie put a big paper bag over on the table. He opened it up and gave her instructions about the medications. Satoko had heard the same instructions over and over before, but Irie still continued to talk just the same.
Since you're doing better, you can go back to 2 shots per day. Please give yourself a shot before lunch and before you go to bed. Make sure you change the needle every time. Don't ever use the same one twice. I'm prescribing this one in case you really need it when you're feeling sick.
Yeah. Same as usual, I know.
Satoko couldn't wait to meet our friends at the club activity. It made me feel happy to see her as excited as this.
She only has to take 2 shots per day now. I'm glad.
The number of shots she has to take each day represents how well she is doing, so it's a good thing that she has to take fewer shots.
It's tough for her to give herself a shot 2 times a day. Oh, well...
Hanyu grew quiet after hearing my comment. Irie handed her the paper bag after he finished his instructions.
Rika! At last, it's over!
Good job. You seemed anxious during the test today. Have fun with your friends.
I'm sorry I was so tense. You have my thanks for all that you've done for me.
Are you going to make it on time? I can give you a ride there. Oh, I also bought a new stuffed animal. It's in my car. You can give it a name if you like.
Oh my! What sort of creature could it be?
Sorry, I accidentally minimized the window real quick.
I wonder what I should name it. Well, what is it exactly?
It's a cat again. One with tiger stripes this time. I think you'll like it a lot. Satoko and Takano are good friends. They're both fond of stuffed animals. Every time Takano gets a new one, she brags about it to Satoko. That's all they have in common, but having a friend like Takano is a special thing for Satoko. She's part of the Hojo family, who tried to betray the village. People at the clinic are the only adults who will even talk to Satoko. Have fun at the club. You should suggest wearing maid uniforms for the punishment game. I have every kind and every size. Either way, I'll see you next week. Okay, Irie.
No, thank you. See you next week. Well, let's be going. Our battle today is not only against the club members. I'm itching to put my skills to the test.
I bowed slightly and made to leave the examination room, but I soon realized something. Irie was looking at me with a sad expression on his face. Just with that look, I could tell what he wanted to say. Please take care of Satoko-chan if something happens to her. I nodded at him and stepped out into the hallway with Satoko.
My goodness. I'm used to these tests and quizzes, but they always leave me exhausted.
You don't like taking the tests?
Well, I don't, but they're my job. There's nothing I can do about that.
Satoko is supporting Irie's research. She gets financial support by helping him out. Or at least that's what Satoko thinks she is doing. Satoko was bursting with enthusiasm, so we headed to Okinomiya at full speed. We wound up waiting for Keiichi and the other club members for a long time. We got here early, but they were late. I think they were late the last time we did this too. Did it mean that this was something that was meant to happen? It's unpleasant that I can't even change the most minor of fates. I finally saw them coming towards us on their bikes.
Hello, everyone! How utterly slow all of you are.
Satoko acted like she was upset, but I could tell that she was pleased to see them just the same.
Hello. Satoko is so cute.
That's why I'll never tire of her. She's adorable. Satoko's behavior suits my feelings of frustration. This is why I love Satoko. If she was a small fluffy animal, I would definitely keep her in a cage.
Good morning, Satoko-chan and Rika-chan.
Good morning.
Hey! Good morning, Rika-chan. Satoko, think fast. We gotta do this quick before the cops get here. Our goal's 1 billion yen!
Keiichi-san, what in the world are you talking about? Are we late? When did you guys get here?
It didn't take too long, so we've been waiting here a while.
Mion and Rena know that Satoko gets a checkup. Oh, wait. I don't know why I started, immediately thinking, okay, Keiichi's here. It's Keiichi narration time. No, it is not. Anyway.
Mion and Rena know that that Satoko gets a checkup every Sunday at the clinic.
Sorry about that. Kei-chan didn't show up on time, so that's why we're late.
That Keiichi. So he's the reason they're always late.
By the way, everybody, I don't know if it's it's been a while, so you may not remember, but this whole spiel from Keiichi and everything, this is all identical to the beginning of Watanagashi. This is, he and Mion joked about, the fact that they were gonna, rob a bank or something, and then he comes here and he's like, okay, it's time to get a bunch of money. So, yep. It's just the same as the beginning of that arc.
That's not really surprising.
Ipa.
Wait a minute. Am I the bad guy here?
Of course. Of all the club members, you're the only one who can play the villain. Oh,
What's that supposed to mean? You better watch your mouth.
Keiichi and Satoko messed around with each other. Satoko acted like she was crying, and Rena punched Keiichi, knocking him out cold. It was the same old situation they always got into. I can watch this sort of thing forever. It's like having a glass of cold milk after taking a hot bath.
I can never win against her.
You should get up and move before she cracks your front teeth. We all laughed at him and finished grading each other.
they're as lively as always.
Nothing is more precious than one's health. You're sounding like an old lady, Rika. Shut up. Who cares what you think? I'm not going to eat any sweets if you keep on saying things like that.
Oh, oh.
Hanyu seemed to be getting more depressed than usual. I should stop teasing her so much. It was a joke. Will you get off of me?
Oh. I'm sorry. Oh.
Hanyu loves sweet treats. She especially loves cakes and ice cream. Since she can't eat anything, she has to depend on me when it comes to that. In other words, whatever I eat, Hanyu can taste too. Even if Hanyu craves something, it doesn't mean anything if I don't eat it. In other words, I have total control over what she eats. That's why it's fun to tease her with saying what I'll eat and what I won't. It's almost as fun as teasing Satoko.
Oh, you seem to be in a good mood today, Rika-chan. I want to take you home.
You'll be arrested if you do that, you know.
Hey, Mion, the store owner's calling you.
Rika, did you hear? There's to be a prize for the club activity today.
I remember. Mion was going to be paying 50,000 yen out of pocket as a prize. I couldn't believe she could just afford that. Therefore, I have to assume that she has some kind of guarantee that she won't lose.
And do you know what it is? It's 50,000 yen! 50,000 yen!
Satoko stared at me. Oh no. She was expecting me to be surprised to hear that the prize was 50,000 yen. It's natural to be surprised after hearing that sum, but I didn't react because I already knew it. Perhaps I gave the impression that I've known it for a long time.
Keiichi-san, isn't it amazing that the prize is 50,000 yen?
50,000 yen? What the heck is that? That's like 5 years worth of the Keiichi GNP.
Satoko said the same thing to Keiichi. She probably assumed that I wasn't listening to her, so she decided to talk to Keiichi instead.
Oh, well.
That was just a small mistake. I'm fine. If I get 50,000 yen, I can get a lifetime supply of soy sauce.
Wait, why ever would you buy soy sauce with a prize like that?
Because a certain someone always gives me a dirty look when I ask her to go and get soy sauce from the store.
Mipa. You're so mean, Rika.
How much soy sauce do you think you can even get for 50,000 yen? Man, I want to see.
Keiichi joined the conversation, which finally brought us back to our normal pace. In order to pursue a greater happiness, I need to sacrifice a smaller one. In a perfect world, Rika Furude was supposed to be surprised to hear from her best friend that the prize was 50,000 yen. But I already knew that. I knew it from my previous lives, so all I could do was give her a boring reaction. I can't be surprised at the big prize of 50,000 yen. I can't give her the reaction that she expects from me. I'm losing the ability to be surprised by life. And after the continual repetition of small incidents like this, there'll be nothing left that I can find interesting. I'll have nothing to be surprised about. I'll never be impressed with anything. Eventually, I'll lose my emotions entirely. That's why I'm always trying to be careful. I make sure I act like the Rika Furude who doesn't know anything. Even though I may not be impressed, as a young girl, Rika Furude should be impressed with many things. Rika Furude is supposed to act excited when she encounters something for the first time. I try to, at least. But the more and more I try, the more I feel like Rika Furude is someone very distant. Rika, I'm sorry. I know I'm only wasting my lifespan by feeling depressed like this. I should enjoy this life.
I don't mean my lifespan literally. I'm not referring to my physical lifespan, but my mental one. The more and more I repeat the same days, the more I lose, from wonder to passion.
Our Habaki Gaming with the $2. One must imagine Rika happy. Alfred Gibbs. Yeah. One really must. Ugh. My throat is feeling fine, but this congestion is definitely what's, like, fucking with me today. But hopefully it should be all clear by, like, the next few days, because it's already way better than it was a few days ago.
And eventually my life will become like an overplayed videotape. If I'm tired of that tape, I have a choice to close my eyes and sleep. By the time I wake up, the video should be over. But in reality, my life is not a beat-up old videotape. If I close my eyes and sleep, that would be my death. When my mental lifespan is over, Rika Furude will turn into a doll who can't even move a finger by her own will. When that happens, my pursuit of happiness will be over. I don't want that to happen.
I unfortunately do not have tea handy, although I had a big thermos full of tea last night, so...
It's been at least 100 years, if not more. I've been stuck in this living hell for so long. I don't want my life to end here. Sorry, I'm fine now. You must find it funny that I'm complaining about only a century. Oh well, I've grown used to this fate by now. Alright. I'm fine. I'm Rika Furude. I'm Rika Furude. If I don't stay focused on being Rika Furude, I'm afraid I might end up showing my true self inside of that shell. Rika Furude is supposed to be a cute and innocent little girl after all. Meep. What would you buy if you got 50,000 yen, Rena? I wonder if I can buy the Kenta-kun doll. Do you think they'll sell it to me if I pay 50,000 yen to one of the Okonomiya chain stores? Oh, I think it'd be easier for you to buy the tools and wheelbarrow to steal the doll. I bet Rena-san could break the chain with her bare hands if she wanted to.
I agree on that one.
Oh, you're all so mean. Thus we rejoin the typical flow of conversation naturally. Once I enter that flow, it's not hard for me to continue as Rika Furude. Being Rika Furude is like flying a kite for me. Once it's up in the air, it can stay in the sky for a while. But if something happens and it loses control, it's one heck of a challenge to get it back on track. Every time it tries to get back up in the air, the kite gets dragged on the ground and wears out. I'm exactly like that. Finally, Mion started clapping her hands to get everyone's attention. I already knew the rules. The members will be broken into 5 different groups, and each group plays a game that they choose together. I was secretly hoping that Mion would change the rules for some reason. There's nothing more boring than to already know what was going to happen. Mion can be very capricious. She really might change the rules. Yeah, but it seems like she's been planning this game for several days already. A strong will can be fated too, huh? Normally, when we're doing club activities, Mion decides what to play at the last minute. She opens her locker and randomly decides what to play. For that reason, our club activities are rarely repeated throughout my lives. That's why I'm never bored with them. But just as Hanyu said, today's event was something that Mion had been planning for a while. I was certain she wouldn't suggest anything spontaneous today. In that case, this won't be up to random chance. Mion had only one idea on her mind. Therefore, it was equivalent to destiny. Although her idea of having this event in the toy store is actually a spontaneous one, in all the lives I've repeated, there's a very low chance for this event to occur. You shouldn't expect anything to be different. I'm not expecting it. Of course, I was lying just now. I was hoping that Mion would suggest a new rule for this game. If it was the same rules again, I'd be suffering for a few minutes while I listened to her instructions. Nothing is more frustrating than walking the same path over and over again. Please, Mion, please change my fate. Please.
First, we're going to be divided into 5 different groups. The winner from each table.
It was the same rules after all. Sorry, I was holding on to a small hump. Small hopes will hurt you, Rika.
You're right. You've told me so many times, but I never learn. Hanyu has taught me so many times. She taught me the trick to swimming in the flow of destiny. The flow of destiny is just like a river's. By going with the flow, I can swim the direction I want to some extent, but of course, trying to swim against the flow requires great effort. Allowing myself to drift causes the least amount of strain. Of course, some strong currents are impossible to resist, even with great effort. If I recklessly try to resist without realizing it's impossible, then I'll only wear myself out needlessly, just as if fighting a river's current. So Hanyu taught me to read those currents, which is why I should have easily imagined that the rules would be the same the moment I learned Mion had planned today's event in advance. Yet I still wished the rules would be different, a completely wasteful action. In the end, my hopes were betrayed, only leaving my heart worn out. And things like that cause me to separate further from Rika Furude. Eventually I'll grow tired of everything, lose all interest, and die. Sorry, kind of stumbled on that one a little bit. A fate which can't be fought must be accepted.
I know you can read the flow of destiny, Rika.
You're right. My lifespan is already growing short. I should treasure what I have left. I sighed and pretended as though I was listening to what Mion was explaining.
What's wrong, Rika-chan? You bored?
Keiichi surprised me all of a sudden.
Are you talking to me?
This had never happened before, so I thought that he was talking to someone else. But it seemed like Keiichi really was talking to me.
Yeah. You've looked bored ever since this morning. You sleepy from waking up too early?
I was just thinking that I've already done this before.
No one would understand what I mean anyway, but Keiichi might. And so I told him how I honestly felt.
Are you serious? No wonder Mion seemed so used to this. I'm looking forward to it since it's my first time, though.
I envied him for feeling that way. I sighed knowing that I never will.
I understand how frustrating it is to hear the same instructions over and over again. I went to cram school once and studied ahead a lot there. I remember how much I hated hearing the same lectures in school.
Keiichi didn't understand me, but I'm glad that he at least understood how frustrating it was to repeat the same situation.
I'm the same. I'm frustrated at school too.
What? Are you really? You always seem so happy.
Rika Furude is supposed to be happy at school. That's why I act that way.
Hearing the same things over and over again is like torture.
It's easy for me to change what Satoko cooks for dinner. I can simply volunteer to cook instead of her. But I can't change what the teacher teaches at school every day. I have no choice but to be quiet and listen to her lecture.
Yeah, there's nothing you can really do. You can't just tell the teacher to move on because you already know what she's teaching you. But this is a different story. It's a game.
It is a game, but it's already predetermined.
You don't know that. After all, we're being split into 5 tables by drawing lots, right? Plus, each group gets to choose what their table plays. There's no way to predict what games we'll do battle over or what exciting turnabouts await us today.
But I can make a good guess.
No, you can't.
Keiichi smiled as he contradicted me. That smile seemed so ignorant to me.
While the groups will be decided by drawing lots, each club member will be in a different group. Keiichi, you'll be sitting over there. My table will be right there. I'll be playing a fishing game. You'll be playing a game called Billionaire.
I don't know how, but last time we were broken into 5 separate groups. It couldn't have been a coincidence. I'm sure Mion did something to ensure it would end up like that. I'm 100% sure. As for the games we play, I'm not totally sure, but if each member in the group follows the same thinking patterns, they'll probably end up making the same choices. If you roll dice many times, you begin to approach the average. One person's spontaneous act can be random, but multiple people's thoughts can be averaged out for the most part. The more people that are involved, the more difficult it is to alter the path of fate. That's why I'm pretty sure that we'll end up playing the same games. Keiichi seemed surprised to hear my prediction.
What the hell? Is that like a premonition? How can you be so sure?
That's what fate's all about.
Fate, huh? That makes me want to smash that fate into pieces.
He smiled at me again. I knew that he was just smiling without reason, but I felt a small hope from him. After all, Keiichi really did shatter fate before. But that was just a miracle that happened in my previous life. I couldn't expect him to do the same thing in this one. Otherwise, it'd be worn down by my high expectations again.
Alright, we're gonna decide our groups by drawing lots from this box. The club members go first.
Mion drew first, then Satoko followed. The results were the same as the last time.
I really don't want to have to fight against a club member at the very start. I'm sorry if we get the same group, Rika-chan.
Don't worry. Your table's over there. Mine's right there.
Whatever you say. You watch.
Ugh. Keiichi looked upset.
See? My predictions are always right.
It was a 20% chance. Anyone can make a random guess.
Keiichi told me that it was just a coincidence.
Then what if I predicted my seat right, too?
What's the percentage for that?
It's 20 of 20, so 4%. I'll believe you if you get it right with the percent that low.
Keiichi grinned at me, believing such a chance was impossible.
It's your turn now, Rika-chan.
Mion handed me the box of slips. No matter what I did, I'd be getting that table. There was a reason behind it. Mion was doing something to make sure that we all get a different table. I thought about why Mion would do that. With the information I've gathered about Mion over many years, I could see her reasoning.
She probably thinks that she'll feel bad if a member loses in the first stage.
You're right. If the club members are in the same group, someone will have to lose. If everyone was in a different group, we'd all have a chance to move on to the second stage. That's why she was controlling this draw. I put my hand inside of the box. I could feel several folded pieces of paper inside it. But if you thought for a moment, it was odd. No matter which one I chose, I'd never get any other table.
I wonder how she's making it so you sit at the last table.
Me too. Only Mion knows. All I know is that no matter which paper I choose, I'll be sitting at that last table. I got it.
All the papers in the box are the same?
They must be. I bet Mion set some kind of trap on this box. It was probably a box for a magic show or something. There could be some kind of gimmick inside the box, and she can switch what's inside of it. Depending on who's drawing what paper, she'd change out the lots and control the results. I didn't know exactly how, but I was sure she was doing something. I didn't even need to know how she was doing it. The most important thing was why.
Meep. I don't know which one to pick.
No matter which one you pick, your fate's already decided.
She was admitting it herself. I was certain then. Based on what I felt inside, there were less than 10 pieces of paper inside of this box. In other words, there were hidden pieces of paper that I couldn't touch somewhere inside the box. I smiled at Mion as I figured out her trick, but she had no clue why I was smiling.
I'm taking this one.
Sure, let me see. Aha! Wow, the club members are all divided into separate groups.
Mion behaved as though this was news to her. She's such an actress. The other contestants made a dissatisfied noise. They'd have to face a club member no matter which table they got. Keiichi was surprised too, and not only because we were divided.
See? Our fate's already decided.
I smiled at him in return. Keiichi was in denial for a moment, but then he smiled back at me.
The possibility was 1 in 25. I'm impressed.
It was not. I predicted that Mion and Satoko would be at a different table, so the possibility was even lower than that. Keiichi understood that, but normal people like him can't understand the meaning of fate. That's why he put it off as a coincidence. But Keiichi, what if my prediction is right about what game you'll be playing? The possibility will be 1 in billions. There are a lot of games in this store. What if that prediction's right too? Will he still believe it's just a coincidence? I stayed quiet in my seat and waited to see what game my group was going to decide on. They were going to choose the fishing game. I can't expect them to choose anything other than that.
I can't have high expectations. Otherwise, I'll be hurt again.
One of the boys stood up. He walked toward the shelf full of games and picked up one box. He lifted the box above his head and turned around so he could show it to us. I closed my eyes as he did so, but I could still hear what he was saying.
Check this out! Do you guys remember this? We should play this one. Yeah! It's the one with the spinning fish, right?
I could taste the bitter chemicals from my brain in my mouth. I clenched my lips and tried to endure the numbing feeling.
Oh well.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm not doing well today. For some reason, I just can't accept this flow. It wasn't because I wasn't feeling well, of course. It was because of my emotions. Our powers are getting weaker, and we can only rewind about 2 weeks of our lives. I was feeling that the end was near for us. In order for me to change my tragic fate, I need more time to prepare. But I can only go back 2 weeks. That means my power to resist my fate significantly weakened. Even if I become weak as a small leaf in the river, I should be able to do something in order to change my path. But if I can only go back to the point where I'm getting ready to be swallowed into the whirlpool, there's no chance for me to escape it. I lived for so long, believing that I could eventually escape my fate and survive. I believed that I had a chance in every moment of every life I lived. But there are limits to those chances. There are so many limits in my repeated lives. And perhaps this might be my last chance. That may be why I'm feeling so restless.
Stop it, Rika. The harder you think about it, the worse it will be on your mind.
I know. Just be quiet already.
Well.
My brain was numb, as if surrounded by a gray mist. I was inside the crowded toy store, but felt very far away from everyone else. The tighter I closed my eyes and the harder I clenched my teeth, the emptier my head became. No.
Rika, are you okay?
Huh? As I tried to focus, I became conscious again. Hanyu looked at me with concern. I tend to lose my mind easily right after coming back from death. I usually have more time to relax and get used to my new life, but I have no time for that now. The Watanagashi festival is only 2 weeks away. I can't just relax and wait for myself to get used to things. Don't be a wimp, Rika, don't be a wimp. Fight against fate. But even if I do, the fate always betrays me and I grieve. What if I did the opposite? What if I didn't fight against fate? A few weeks after the Watanagashi festival of 1983, I will die. Because I am fated to do so. Fight, don't fight. Fight, don't fight, 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 fight, don't fight. As I repeat the same words, they start to lose all meaning. I felt like I was chanting something. I bit my tongue in my mind and forced myself to stop thinking about it. I was calming down a little bit. When I opened my eyes, I saw the fishing game right in front of me, as well as my pole. Someone placed it there while I had my eyes closed. It was as if I was seeing the immovable reality of fate right in front of me. It felt like a final verdict to me. What do you think, Keiichi? This is what fate is all about. Do I want to earn his agreement or his sympathy? I stood up and walked towards Keiichi's table. His group couldn't decide on a game, so the store owner was deciding for them. Just like the last time, the store owner will pick the game of life.
It's kind of unfair to play a game that your opponent chooses. We couldn't decide on anything because we kept refusing each other's suggestions. Has your table decided on what to play?
You can see it for yourself.
He looked at my table and saw the fishing game there. Keiichi was surprised to see that my prediction was right again. He also remembered that I predicted his game too.
So you're saying that the owner is going to bring out the game of life just as you predicted?
I'm pretty good at predicting things.
Nipa.
Are you serious? Alright, I'll believe you if he really brings out the game of life.
You bet. Your group is going to play the game of life.
Fine, I'm willing to bet you. Don't you cheat and talk him into it.
He wants to play a game he has you to play a game he has a lot of, so he'll be bringing that one out.
I remember it was covered by dust when he gave it to them last time. Since we had to buy this game if we lost, he was trying to sell products he had a surplus of. Therefore, he won't be choosing any game at random. He'll be looking for one with bad sales, with a strong will to do so. That will of his is going to make the pull of fate all the stronger. In that sense, there's no guarantee that he'd be choosing the game of life specifically. He might choose something else that's also overstocked. The owner finally reappeared with the box covered in dust.
Whoa!
See?
I told you so. He has a Game of Life box in his hands. The part of me that hoped it wouldn't be the Game of Life tasted bitterness at the betrayal, but the cynical part of me that expected it to happen found it amusing in a way. I felt like my personality was twisting more and more.
Why did you pick that game?
Oh, okay, Yoshido.
Well, I just picked it at random. I found it in the pile of inventory I have in the back. It's not like I brought the most beat up one.
When he heard that the owner chose the game randomly, Keiichi shrugged his shoulders in confusion. That must be his way of surrendering.
Hey, Rika-chan, is this really a prediction?
Ipa.
Well, some old people from the village once told me that you're like the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. They told me that you have special powers. They said your predictions are always accurate. Is that really true?
I was surprised that Keiichi actually believed the superstitious stories he heard from the elderly village. I just know that which is destined to happen. To make it clearer, it's because I've already witnessed this world once before.
Damn. I can't even make fun of you.
Keiichi seemed like he was just fooling around. He probably only thinks I'm goofing around and acting haughty because my random predictions all came true. I had hope for him. I thought the owner might bring a different game, because Keiichi once had the power to change fate. But that didn't happen. I'm not surprised. But I felt betrayed again. It hurts. I won the bet. I speak to Keiichi sarcastically. I wanted him to understand that no one can change the path of fate. However, Keiichi did nothing but smile.
Don't get carried away, Rika-chan. Don't just say that you can read the future. For a guy, words like destiny and fate mean a lot more than you think. They're not things you can figure out that easily.
Meep? I had no idea what he was trying to say, but he made me nervous. It wasn't a scary feeling. No, it was closer to hope.
You said it was fate that the owner would choose the Game of Life. I have to admit that your prediction was correct. But you also said something else.
What did I say?
You said that I was fated to play it.
Yes, it was indeed his fate. Fate can change sometimes, with uncertainty and time, but the possibility that it would change in this situation was very slight. I doubted that anything would turn out differently.
In that case, I'll change that fate.
Huh? Keiichi stood up in a hurry. Then he started talking to Tomita and Okamura, his group members.
Sorry, but I own that game at home. I know every little rule about it.
What? Is that true?
Yep. So that won't be a fair game for us to play. Sir, I'm sorry, but can you give us a different game? Sure. I'll bring you guys a different one.
The owner picked the Game of Life up again and took it back into storage. As I remained there in shock, he returned with the game called Pop-Up Pirate.
How about this one?
Oh, that's the one where we stab a knife inside the barrel.
What do you think, guys? This is a fair game, isn't it?
Yeah, the rules are simple enough. Let's play that one.
We got a deal now. We're going to play Pop-Up Pirate.
Keiichi winked at me as I stood there with my mouth open. It looked like he had just forcefully changed my prediction. But, for me, it's not that simple. It was supposed to be fate. That's why the owner brought the Game of Life to their table. They were supposed to play that game. That's what happened the last time. That's what was supposed to happen. But he just changed that fate in front of my eyes like it was nothing. It's as if someone asked me to stand an egg on its end. And as I struggled to do so, Keiichi forcefully cracked the egg and made it stand up in front of me. I should have had a far greater power than Keiichi, but why was I feeling so weak? Was it because I wasn't trying to fight against fate so I wouldn't get hurt? Because I was going with the flow without trying too hard? What was I thinking?
You looked so bored just a few minutes ago. I know why. You didn't want to play the fishing game, did you?
Yeah. I'm not going to hide it anymore.
Then that's easy.
So, I'm a witch who's been living for more than 100 years. So I thought I was better than everyone just because I can see the paths of fate. That's stupid. I really am so stupid. Keiichi tapped me on the back. He was urging me to return to my table. The sensation of his touch filled up my heart with emotion. I wasn't going to stand idly by anymore. I thought I couldn't cheat fate. I thought 2 weeks wasn't enough. But Keiichi just defied his fate in a matter of 5 minutes. I feel bad for the fishies when I play the fishing game. I want to play something else. The other people at my table looked at me with confused expressions. Their reactions were scaring me. Right at that moment, I could really feel that I was facing the impenetrable wall of fate. Even so, I have nothing to be scared of.
Sure. What game do you want to play? We'll play whatever you want.
They accepted my suggestion and gave up on the fishing game so easily. That's right. I used to be much more aggressive before, but I became so tired, and bitter, and mean. I gave in to fate, but I'm not going to yield anymore. Keiichi taught me that. He didn't have any memories from his previous life, but Keiichi was still Keiichi. He'd never give in to fate. For the first time in a long while, I feel motivated to fight. If I want to, I can change destiny in 5 minutes, and I have 2 whole weeks to work with. I'm different now. I'm going to fight against fate. Let's do our best. In contrast to my motivation, Hanyu was wearing a sad expression.
I see. We can't hold you here if we have to go help your uncle.
Yeah, it's a pretty small store after all. But, you know, couldn't he have guessed that if he did a bargain sale, his place would be packed? I can't believe he's selling a carton of eggs for only 10 yen.
As we were getting ready to move on to the next stage, Mion got a call from work. This was fated to happen too. If I was still feeling depressed, I would have been disgusted with this situation. But after learning what it felt like to change fate, I was in a good mood. Keiichi and Mion seemed like they kept regretting that they were unable to settle the match. They really are such good friends.
They're so close. I feel kind of jealous. How... We really do not have any other boys his age in our class, do we? I suppose Mion-san is something like a male friend to Keiichi-san. But Mi-chan's a girl. She can't be another guy for him. Of course I know that. But when they're together, they look like 2 boys hanging out.
Rena and Satoko enjoyed the lingering excitement of the day as they watched Mion and Keiichi happily goof off. The next moment, the owner came out from the store.
Thank you for today, everyone. You brought me a lot of customers.
He was holding 4 paper bags in his hands. I remember, he gave us gifts as a reward for today. I think there were dolls inside.
Here are your rewards for today.
Hey, Uncle Yoshiro, don't I get one?
He was giving them only to us. Mion didn't get anything because she's a family member. That's what happened last time, too.
Oh, look! Something cute's inside!
Satoko let out a cheer of joy as she saw a cute doll inside of her bag. Rena reacted the same way.
Mwah! This is so cute! I can take it home with me? Really?
Did I get one too? Wow. Look at this cute doll.
Keiichi got a gorgeous, expensive-looking doll. It was by far the best one.
It was adorable
even to my eyes.
I don't know why I started reading that like it was his dialogue. Anyway.
Satoko, Rena, and Mion were feeling the same way.
Kei-chan got the one that fits him the least.
Mion started making fun of him right away. She was only saying that because she was jealous that Keiichi got a doll that she really wanted.
This is pretty and cute. I can admit that, but it's not really my type of toy.
Yeah, people will think you're a pervert if you carry that thing around.
Mion just can't be honest with herself. It was obvious that she was just trying to make him give up the doll so she could have it for herself. She should just admit that and ask Keiichi for it. But that's the cute side of Mion. I bet Keiichi can never understand that.
Keiichi can't keep the doll after receiving that much bullying from Mion. He was thinking about who he should give it to. He probably didn't want to give it to Mion. Time froze for a moment. Hanyu whispers something in my ear.
Rika, do you remember?
Yes. I remembered. I remembered that Keiichi's insensitive decision eventually caused a fatal ending. That was fate. Keiichi was internally thinking that he should give the doll to Mion. She was the only one who didn't get anything, so it would be natural for him to give it to her. But the hesitation he was feeling was because Mion was such a close friend to him. He'd been treating Mion as if she was a male friend, but it would be weird to give a doll to another boy. He was afraid that if he gave the doll to Mion, he would start looking at her as a girl from that point onward. He wanted to continue his friendship with Mion without thinking about their difference in gender. He didn't want to ruin the relationship they had in that moment. That's why he couldn't give the doll to Mion. Even though she was the only one without a doll, he felt so hesitant. Of course, that was only how he felt. Mion didn't agree. In actuality, she wished he would treat her more like a girl. I walked closer to Keiichi so I could talk to him. If Mion heard me telling Keiichi to give her the doll, she would resist taking it. I had to make sure that no one but Keiichi could hear me. I also had to make this very quick. I poked Keiichi in the back. Keiichi, the person who really wants that doll is the one who's bullying you the most about it. I was going to say that, but Keiichi opened his mouth first, even before I could say anything to him.
I know.
I hadn't said anything to him yet, but Keiichi told me that he knew. I felt confused, not knowing what he just meant. He turned around to face Mion, smiling mischievously.
Mion, if you think I'd look like a pervert with this doll, who do you think deserves to have it? Huh?
I don't know. All I'm saying is that dolls aren't for boys.
I see. Then I guess you can have it. Here.
Keiichi tossed the doll to Mion as if passing her a basketball, as if forcing her to carry his bag or something. Mion's face quickly turned red. Feeling shy, Keiichi turned away from her. That was surprising. He got my message just by getting a tap on his back. Was Keiichi always that smart? Just one tap was all it took. I don't think he would have done the same in a previous life. This was just a small incident, but this world is definitely different from the previous one. Or could it be? Perhaps he would have given that doll to Mion even if I didn't poke him in the back. Does he have memories from previous worlds after all?
No way. He can't. That can't be happening.
I know for a fact that he doesn't have those memories, but there might be something imperceptible somewhere inside his heart. He might remember some of the regrets he felt in the previous worlds. That's why he strongly felt he should be giving the doll to Mion this time. After repeating so many lives, I'm the only one who can even notice this slight growth of his. But I see it. It's clearly visible to me. Mion, having turned red, insisted that the cute doll would be much better fit for Rena. Her attitude made it clear that she really wanted the doll, but couldn't be honest about it. This old man just thinks that cute dolls like this are more for girly girls, you know? This doll doesn't deserve to be owned by a tomboy like me.
I know that you want it. It's written all over your face.
No, it's not written on my face. You're lying. Stop being mean. Mion shook her head with an embarrassed look, pretending she wasn't interested in the doll. Everyone here knew that she wanted it. We all looked at Mion with big smiles on our faces.
Hey, it's not like I can only give this doll to a girl. Just think of it as my gift to you, as a friend.
Is that so? So you'd give a doll to a boy, too?
Well, I'd choose something else if I had the choice. But anyways, guys would never reject a gift unless there was something shady going on. It's just me being generous. Why would you refuse it?
Oh. So I can accept this doll, even though I'm not a girly girl? Everyone thought Mion's reaction was hilarious. Rena couldn't stop chuckling. Satoko and I burst out laughing too. Mion, having realized she was being laughed at, got even more embarrassed.
I'm offering this to you as a friend. I don't want to hear that you're not cherishing it.
Okay. This old man just wants to make it clear that he's not accepting this because he wants this doll. He's taking it because you said it's a gift from you as a friend. He's taking it as a courtesy so he doesn't disrespect your generosity. Hanyu was cracking up too. She was laughing in a loud voice, knowing that no one could hear her anyway. Gloomy squids at the $5 SpongeBob. You like the doll, don't you, Mia? Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to click. That wasn't an actual line in the feed. Oh, jeez. Anyway. I thought that Mion's issue in the previous life was that she wanted Keiichi to treat her like a girl. Is this really a good way to resolve the problem? And blah, 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 yeah. She got the doll, but Keiichi still wasn't treating her that way. Still, Mion looked very happy. Maybe it wasn't a big deal after all. I'm sure that Mion will take that doll with her to bed tonight. She'll kiss it goodnight, too. I could bet on that. It was written all over her face.
She's finally accepted it. It was a challenge just for me to give her the doll.
Keiichi turns around to face us, smiling bitterly.
You did it, though. Yep, it was perfect. I'm impressed that you managed it. Mion-san was hilarious. It was obvious the moment you looked that she really wanted the doll.
Isn't that the truth?
Hey, you guys! You saying rude things about this old man? Knock it off already!
Didn't you have to get to work? You're gonna be late.
You guys better watch yourselves!
Mion seemed like she wanted to stay longer, but after looking at her watch, she started heading to work. Everyone was wearing smiles on their faces. Today was such a fun day. Everyone had lots of fun and no one was hurt. I've repeated this same day so many times before. But this time, something was different. It's like I rolled a die and got a 6. And then I rolled it again and got a 6 again. I don't know if this was just a lucky coincidence, or if it was meant to be. It's as if the god of fate is celebrating my motivation to fight against him. Will I play Fata Morgana sometime? Maybe. I do enjoy doing blind VN reads sometimes, but for really long ones like that, I usually prefer to finish it at least once by myself. And yeah, I haven't finished Fata Morgana on my own before. Oh boy. Good scene. I love that scene a lot. It's really good. Good times with Oyashiro-sama. I was watching TV with Satoko and Hanyu after eating dinner. It was a variety show, and the performers were making the audience laugh. We were laughing too.
Look at you now. Oh, but it looks so painful. Nipa.
While the three of us were enjoying ourselves, in reality there was only Satoko and me in the room. I'm the only one who can see Hanyu. Satoko can't see her at all. Hanyu responds every time Satoko says anything. Satoko can't hear her, but Hanyu still responds to her when she's in a good mood. It's like she's answering a question asked on TV. You could even compare it to playing house. She started playing this game with other people because she can't communicate with anyone else but me. Hanyu always attends our club meetings and has a good time there too. If she could communicate with my other friends, she would have been a good match for us. But I don't want to hurt her feelings by thinking about that. If the story of the miracle written in the old scripture is true, if it's really Hanyu who performed it, she's someone who had tremendous power a long time ago. But now she doesn't have any spiritual power, and I'm the only one who can even see her. Hanyu has never told me how she lost her power. I just have to assume that her spiritual power diminished over time. There's a legend in the Furude family that says Oyashiro-sama will be reborn if a girl is born to the family 7 generations in a row. With my birth, Hanyu was finally able to communicate with a human for the first time in centuries. Does that mean that Oyashiro-sama has returned? The villager's image of Oyashiro-sama doesn't quite match up with that of Hanyu. especially when I see her lying on her belly and watching TV with Satoko.
What? I know I heard some people mention it before, but they were serious about that?
This world always has a lot of nice suggestions, but they're mostly out of politeness, right? They're just something you laugh off and reply with, "That would be nice." But those ideas generally end as jokes, so it's crazy when they turn real. Oh, wait. Okay, I'm not sure, yeah, if there will be a switching point of POV. I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm serious. Uncle Yoshida was giving you a ton of praise, too. He said it was amazing how well that pop-up pirate game went in the toy store yesterday.
I had no idea. No idea you could play a game like that. I should mention that some of the kids around my table wanted to play with you, too. Keiichi's a genius when it comes to playing games. You know...
Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, this is Keiichi now. It's just the phrasing of this world kind of confused me for a second. I was like, oh yeah, okay, still Rika mode. No, it's Keiichi now.
You know, I wasn't just playing around. I was giving it my all because I had no choice but to win. Guess we made it look like a ton of fun for the audience, though.
You definitely have a blast no matter what club activity you're doing, Kei-chan. The coach was saying that the Hinamizawa fighters would be so happy if you joined the team. And that's very true. Dr. Irie had nothing but great things to say about you at the meeting last night, Maibara-kun. You have the ability to bring people joy and far more than you think you do.
You think so?
This old man didn't mention your name just because you're his friend. He did it because he's confident you can do the job.
I was there at the meeting too, and no one was against the idea.
Maibara-kun, you honestly do have a good reputation around the village. I've heard good things about you in Okinomiya, too. What you did in the match between the Hinamizawa fighters and the Okinomiya Titans was legendary.
It really was incredible. The reporters were there to see Kameda-san, but they were more impressed by you.
They're talking about that rigged baseball. Oh, okay. Sorry. Again. I was reading in Rika mode for so long that I keep forgetting.
They're talking about that rigged baseball match I set up with Kameda-kun. The public did end up believing that talented pitcher walked me out of fear for my insight. Kameda-kun and I have entered a strange relationship since then, but I'd really rather not talk about it right now.
What did you think, Keiichi-kun? What do you think, Keiichi-kun? I think you can do it. I'm backing you up too. I definitely think that you should be in charge of the Watanagashi Planning Committee.
Watanagashi is an annual village festival held in June. It's supposed to be the biggest event in the village, and most of the people living here gather together for it. Since this is a major event, they always organize a committee to plan out the festival a few months in advance. The festival is only 2 weeks away, and I just moved to this village. But now they want me to join that committee? Look, first of all, I don't even know what you do in a committee.
You don't need to be too concerned about it. The job we unanimously want you to fill is hosting the auction.
What the hell is that? Do you want me to sell bananas or something?
Well, let me explain. We're holding an auction event for the first time this year. We're going to auction off donated items just to see how it turns out. There's kind of a long story behind it. We wanted to do something in which everyone can participate, using donated items as prizes. But the elder members decided to distribute the prizes using something other than a lottery, for their own reasons. To put it simply, our hag of a grandmother let her temper get to her and wouldn't back down after that. But she didn't really consider any specifics. Yep. Anyway, we had to come up with how to utilize those donated items. At that point, we thought of doing an auction.
That sounds like fun. You might be able to get something good for a really cheap price. It's fun just to watch the show, too. The items were all donated, so they were free, huh? That committee sure is good at making money. The profit will be going into the beer fund for the village committee's winter getaway trip. It's not fair. You're not ready for beer yet, Furude-san.
I think I understand what's going on now. But still, I've never done anything like it before.
I'm sure you can do it, Keiichi-kun.
Yeah, Construct, it is generally about that, yes. It's like, yes, Shion was upset about Satoshi being missing, but what started the domino chain was that Mion started complaining about not being given the doll by Keiichi. And, you know, that sort of led Shion to... That was like the first domino of the chain of basically her being like, well, that must be nice to have that problem, but I have the problem of not even being able to see the guy that I like. And also, now that I remember it, I think that was your fault. And also, now that I remember it, I'm suspicious of my family. And, yeah, you know, just keeps going from there.
I bet you'd do really well if they told you you'd get to keep 10% of the profits.
Well, yeah. If I can gain something for producing results, then I'll do my best with it.
On the other hand, you might be facing a dreadful penalty game if you don't produce anything.
Wait a minute, Satoko. Why would I agree to a risky deal like that? Don't forget, they're the ones asking for my help. I'm a very busy guy, you know. Try asking my agent first.
Alright, Kei-chan. If you want some kind of compensation, we can talk about it. I really want you to be a part of this. We can make a deal.
That sounds interesting. Wonder what I should ask for.
We're always talking about punishments, but it's our first time talking about a reward. That's true. We're always fighting for something, huh?
Rena's right.
The whole purpose of club activities is to escape the punishments we come up with. Even if we win, we never get a prize or a reward for it.
Keiichi-kun...
Not Keiichi-kun.
Keiichi has no idea how to respond to something that sounds too good to be true.
Actually, you know what? Hold on just a second.
Stumbling a little bit. I think I'm just getting a little bit distracted by the fact that I feel a little tiny scratch in my throat.
So I'm gonna actually BRB for like a few minutes to grab some water, and I will be right back. Appreciate your patience. But, anywho, yeah. I'll be back very shortly.
Yeah, check. You're in tune to the decipher sounds and we lock down in the media. It's all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shout out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Alright. We should be good now. I went ahead and went to the bathroom real quick. I got some water and I chewed on some honeycomb for a bit as well. So hopefully that'll help. Anywho. Let's get right back to it.
Keiichi has no idea how to respond to something that sounds too good to be true. Maybe Mi-chan can come up with a good idea. It's hard to decide on what you want, isn't it?
Let me see. How about this? An admission ticket to Angel Mort's dessert fiesta.
Don't be too cheap, sis. Why don't you give him 3 years worth of admission? Hey, that sounds more like a deluxe reward to me.
I heard that some people pay lots of money for that ticket. You sure you can hook me up with 3 years worth of admission?
Of course I can, but you have to do a good job.
I'm sure he will. With Keiichi-kun there, it's gonna be heaps of fun. I feel the same way. I'm really looking forward to the auction now. Yeah, you could probably get people to line up for takoyaki that doesn't even contain octopus.
Hey, takoyaki without octopus? That's impossible.
No, I'm pretty sure you could do it.
Yeah, he'd probably say it was a healthier kind of takoyaki.
Are you making fun of me or what?
So, what do you think, Maibara-kun? I think you'll do a wonderful job.
Chie-sensei was also on the committee.
She must have backed up Mion's suggestion when she brought my name up at the last meeting.
I'd also love to see what kind of magic you can do. Nippa!
A good auction always depends on how good the host is.
Sounds like it's going to be Keiichi Maibara's big show. It'll be so much fun just to watch.
Hey, I haven't accepted the offer yet.
Don't worry, Keiichi-kun. You can do it.
You're saying that because you don't have to.
Oh, it's not true.
The principal suddenly opened his mouth. Maibara-kun, in my opinion, you'll do a fine job. As a man, isn't it your responsibility to meet people's expectations? If I had to, I'm sure I could do it. Mion made me do so many different things for the club, and I've learned a lot from that. Besides, this would just be the first time I could get a reward without having to worry about the punishment. It should be fun, too. This was the first time that so many people were counting on me like this. To be honest, it made me pretty happy. Still, I was worried about getting dragged into something that required a lot of work. I couldn't erase that thought from my mind. But I was in Hinamizawa. The people in this village would never do anything to betray me. They genuinely believed that it would do a lot to liven up the festival if I became the host of their auction. I've only been here for a short period of time, but I know that the people here are honest and kind. Fine. As a man, I'm gonna do it. I'll take care of it. Wait and see. I'll make it the greatest auction in the world. Don't forget to get me that Angel More pass. I'll make sure to do a good enough job that I'll deserve 10 years worth of tickets.
Good for you, Kei-chan. Everyone gave me a round of applause. How many times had this happened in my life? Not once. This was the first time I'd ever been applauded. By the way, I'm surprised that no one disagreed with this suggestion at the meeting. There are lots of old people in the village committee. I'm a young guy who only just moved here. I've known for a while that Mion has a lot of influence locally, but I couldn't believe that everyone in the committee would accept it just like that.
Most of them are that kind of hard-headed old people. But the new generation's gradually taking over, you know. We won the damn conflict, and now we're aiming to build a new era and grow more and more prosperous. That's why we value the involvement of young people and people from outside the village, too. You're young, and you're from the city. You also have a good reputation, so you're the perfect guy for this.
I have a good reputation, huh? I have no idea why so many people have heard of me.
It's something to do with Michan's punishments, I think.
I knew it!
Alright then. I'll call your parents about it tonight. Excuse me. About it tonight, so please let them know when you get back home today, okay?
I'm sure my parents will have no problem with it. They won't have any objections to raise, at least. They might ask me why my name was brought up, though. Chia-sensei and the principal went back to the teacher's office after the discussion ended. We were in the middle of lunch break at the moment. Chia-sensei and the principal had come along together. And Mion scared me by saying that they all had something to talk to me about. My stomach wasn't digesting my lunch particularly well.
Maibara-san, I heard everything. Good for you! It's a big honor being chosen by the village committee.
Hey there, Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun. I'd love to give that honor to you.
No, thank you. I wouldn't be able to handle it.
I realized the whole class was talking about me. They were saying how fun Watanagashi was going to be and how high their expectations were for it. I might have taken on a huge responsibility. I needed to do my best to succeed at it.
By the way, I forgot something. My granny made tons of ohagi. She told me to give them to my classmates.
Mion clapped her hands as she remembered and took a box out of her bag. She opened the lid, letting us see a bunch of ohagi neatly packed inside.
Wow, there really are a lot. I think there might be enough for everyone in class to have one. Oh, they look so yummy and cute!
For some reason, my granny loves making ohagi.
That's because Sohei used to love them.
Yeah, I heard my gramps used to like ohagi. He ate tons of them.
For your grandma, ohagi is something that makes her remember your late grandpa, huh?
You think so? I thought Gramps liked canned food. You don't like canned food, do you, Shion?
What? Is that true? Why so?
Well, it's because of the smell. I just don't like the smell of the metal.
Oh, is that so? After always forcing me to eat my squash, it turns out that you too have something you can't eat.
To tell you the truth, she hates canned food because... Come on, sis! Don't you dare tell anyone!
I don't know what's going on, but it seems Mion knows a secret about Shion. Tell it to us! Go on! The reason why Shion doesn't like canned food must have been something pretty funny. The two sisters battled for a while. The machine gun knee kicks Mion launched from close quarters weren't bad, but I don't think she expected Shion to land a capture suplex off of it. Guess Shion is the stronger of the two siblings.
I'd rather tell you the truth than you have to hear it from my sis. See, there's this bad guy named Kasai. He once told me, when I was still young and innocent, that there's sometimes human meat mixed in with the canned food.
I've heard of an urban legend like that before.
Me too. I once heard that there's dog meat mixed into beef bowls and worms inside burgers.
Are you quite serious? can never eat beef bowls or burgers again after hearing something like that.
You see, Satoko? It was a very traumatic thing for me.
You have my sympathy, but I still have yet to forget about how you made me eat a full-course squash meal.
You need to let go of that one. That meal was delicious.
Because we're talking about this, I'm starting to get worried there might be something mixed into this ohagi, too.
Oh? Well, at least with the ohagi that I brought, you can't really be sure that there's nothing else inside.
Ohagi that Mion brought. When you consider that, it's only natural to suspect that she probably did something to them. What's going on? I felt like...
I was forgetting something.
But I didn't remember anything that I was forgetting. It was like one of those deja vu moments. I'd never been in this situation, but my mind was telling me that I'd been there before.
What's wrong, Keiichi?
Nothing. I just feel like Mion had given me ohagi before. This is the first time, right?
Is it? Michan?
I think this is the first time. You must be mistaking it for something else.
According to my memory, this is the first time Mion-san has brought ohagi to school.
Ah, I know. You're being cautious because these are from this old man, aren't you? It's nothing to brag about. I think you should be reflecting on your regular behavior.
You're right. I wouldn't feel this way if Rena brought me ohagi. Rena's really good at cooking. They're small, but very carefully made.
I've never made ohagi before.
What? What was I saying? Why did I say that Rena had made ohagi before? Why would I know that Rena makes her ohagi small but neatly? I had no idea where that memory was coming from. I could only assume it was an error in my brain. Mion was saying that this was her first time bringing ohagi to class. As I tilted my head in confusion, everyone started reaching inside the box. Rena took one out for me and put it on the lid. I stared at it closely. What was I so concerned about? Mion said that I was probably concerned that she did something to the ohagi, but it wasn't quite that. I really didn't know how to explain it. I felt like I was forgetting something important. I'd forgotten something important. And all I had was the obligation to remember it. In front of me was nothing but a single ohagi that came from Mion's house. I was frustrated, but I really couldn't think of anything. There's no way I could remember it, because I didn't know anything.
Keiichi, you've been staring at your ohagi for a long time. What's the matter?
Oh, it's just... I'm...
Experiencing deja vu.
Don't you get it sometimes? It's your first time seeing something, but you feel like you've seen it before?
So, you feel like Mion has given you ohagi in the past?
I'm sure it's just my imagination. Mion just told me that she had never brought ohagi to school before.
Keiichi, you can't have memories of what didn't happen. If you remember something, I'm sure it really happened before.
Rika-chan told me something strange. I didn't usually take her random comments seriously, but ever since I saw her making those predictions in the toy store, I've been curious about her special powers. I felt like she was telling me something deep. It's weird to hear that from you since you're so great at making predictions. Are you talking about the cycle of reincarnation or something?
I don't know much about religion. I just want to tell you that if you know about something, that's something that happened to you. I want you to try to remember what happened. I don't want you to treat it like you're just mistaken. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I guess. I was a little surprised by how serious she sounded. I always thought that Rika was just an innocent girl who fooled around all the time, saying things like meep and nipa. But all of a sudden, she seemed like a totally different girl. Was I supposed to take it as a joke? The serious look on her face told me that it wasn't the time for jokes, though. If that's what you're telling me, then I guess I got ohagi from Mion in a previous life.
I won't make fun of you, so please tell me everything. Why did Mi give you that ohagi?
The more I think about it, the more I think it's just my imagination. Maybe it was just a dream.
I don't care if it was a dream. You must remember something. Please tell me.
What was up with her? She seemed so curious about it. I didn't think that this story was that interesting. Her asking so much started to make me feel uncomfortable. Still, something told me that I needed to talk to Rika-chan about everything I could. Maybe she could predict my future by reading my dreams. I should tell her everything. After all, she's the shrine maiden for Oyashiro-sama. Well, I think I skipped school that day. I had a cold or something. My memory was scattered all over my brain, like powder. I could see myself standing in front of the door. Mion was there, and someone else was standing there too. I think it was Rena. Mion brought me ohagi so I would feel better. I think she told me that her grandma made it, just like today.
And then?
Well, then I ate that ohagi after they went back home. Then I found something inside the ohagi. I'm sure I saw it in a comic book or something. It's mixed up in my memory, but I'm sure I read it somewhere in some comic book, because it can't be true.
Keiichi, tell me what happened. What did you find inside the ohagi?
Well, I read this scary comic book when I was little, and
There was a sewing needle inside of somebody's burger.
you remember what Shion was saying just now? It can be traumatic to hear a story like that when you're young. I didn't remember much about that comic. I think it was about this girl who had an accident and held a grudge against the person who caused the injury on her face. It was a really cheap plot now that I think about it. But since I was a little kid, that comic really scared me. In one chapter, the girl casts a curse on the guy's food. He eats a burger with the sewing needles inside it, and he goes all, "Yeah!" or something like that. It still freaked me out. The image was so grotesque and shocking to me. That grew into a kind of trauma, and for a while I searched for sewing needles in my food every time I ate something. I couldn't eat burgers for a while for that reason. But my parents got concerned, and my hunger overcame the trauma. Eventually, that experience disappeared into the flow of time. I'm still a little worried about sewing needles every once in a while. I don't think about it all the time, of course. It'd be pretty rude if I poked at my food while eating lunch with you guys, wouldn't it? Of course, I know that no one would actually put a sewing needle inside of my food.
But you're still a little scared?
Well, maybe I am somewhere inside my heart.
So, you saw a sewing needle inside the ohagi that Mi gave you? You saw a sewing needle inside of one?
Yeah, I did. Inside that ohagi, there was a needle, just as I feared. Why was I telling her about something that was just my imagination? Mion and Rena came to see me when I took a day off from school while I was sick. That never happened, so obviously my brain was just making it up. But I spoke to Rika-chan, because she said that she wouldn't make fun of me.
Are you afraid of this ohagi now? Do you feel like there might be a needle inside? Is that why you're not eating it?
I realized that Mion and Rena were also looking at me. They were wondering why I was staring at the ohagi without eating it.
Oh, you don't like ohagi, Kei-chan? If you don't have to eat it.
Mion was assuming that I didn't like ohagi. She felt bad for forcing me to eat something I didn't like. In turn, I felt guilty seeing the sad expression on her face.
Sis, he must be convinced that you put something in it.
I immediately denied Shion's remark. No one else would understand what I'm saying. Even I didn't know. No, I know for sure that there's no sewing needle inside this ohagi.
What, a sewing needle? Why would this old man put something like that in there?
Of course you wouldn't. You're not the type to visit and bring something with you out of pure generosity. You might play a trick with Tabasco sauce or something, but you'd never put needles inside. You'd never do something as dangerous as that. I know you would never do such a thing. I grabbed the ohagi with my hand. As I brought it in front of my mouth, I felt the need to check it just in case. But I told myself clearly, "Hey, you wimp! When are you gonna stop being so scared of that stupid comic book? Mion brought these ohagi to treat everyone in the class. There's no way she'd put needles inside of these." I forced that stupid memory out of my brain and munched on the ohagi. It's delicious. Of course it is. There wasn't a needle inside, was there? No way. I'm really sorry. I was just caught up in a traumatic experience I once had. My heart had stopped pounding, and I felt relieved. The next moment, I got the urge to say something to Mion. It wasn't the right thing to say, but I just felt like I had to say it. Hey, Mion.
What is it?
The ohagi was delicious.
Huh? I'm glad I brought them then.
Even though they were really heavy. I didn't know why I wanted to tell her again that the ohagi was delicious, but I was glad I said that to her. I was finally released from that odd feeling.
Well then, since Kei-chan overcame his fears and ate the ohagi, you should eat this squash, Satoko-chan. It's so soft and sweet.
How can that lunchbox always be so full of squash? You're going to give me a traumatic experience. Shi-chan's trying so hard to stop Satoko-chan from hating squash.
She's so passionate about it. Maybe she sees her as her future little sister.
By the time I finished eating my ohagi, we'd returned to our usual fun lunchtime.
Keiichi, what if?
What if what?
What if you really do see a needle inside your food? What would you do?
That's not gonna happen. Don't you threaten me, Rika-chan.
Keiichi, what if it really happens?
Rika-chan looked at me with a serious face as I joked around. What's gotten into her lately? Stop it. It's not gonna happen, and I don't believe it will. I just overcome my stupid trauma after all that. That's why I made that firm statement.
I understand. Keiichi, I'm sorry I'm asking you so much. If you see a needle inside your food, it's definitely some kind of mistake. Please don't ever believe that it's me's fault.
You're just trying to tell me not to be suspicious of Mion, right? Of course I won't. I would never be suspicious of my friends. I raised my fist in the air. Rika-chan finally looked happy. She smiled as if she was relieved by my words. The items donated for the auction were gathered at the Furude Shrine. There's so much stuff here. I expected to see towels and old furniture, but there are way more things than just that.
I even see TVs and refrigerators. These are pretty new, too.
Impressed, huh? We got donations from the stores my family owns. Some of them were display products or leftovers that they can't sell, but they're still practically brand new. If you don't mind something a model behind, they're incredible, right?
Seeing how sun-bleached the brand new sticker on these appliances are makes me feel kind of sorry for them.
No, Satoko, that's actually a big selling point. Even if it's a little faded, people feel better using brand new tools than they do items someone else used.
Meep. Youngsters these days sure are picky. I don't really care whether it's new or not. All I care about's the price.
Rena-san, you seem interested in furniture. Are you thinking about living on your own or something?
Oh no. My dad and I were just talking about redecorating the house. Brand new furniture is expensive, so I've been checking out these recycled ones. You're changing the furniture? That's quite a big deal. Yep. My dad finally found a job recently. So we kind of want to make a fresh start out of it.
Your father found a new job?
Rika-chan asked her. I was thinking the same thing. Did that mean Rena's father was unemployed until recently?
Yeah, he didn't work for a whole year after he broke up with my mom. I was so upset. I was always telling him to go get a job already.
Rena explained that with her usual smile, so it took me a moment to realize how serious it was. If what she said was true, her parents were divorced and she wasn't living in a very good family environment. Rena talked about it like it was nothing.
Your mother and father broke up?
Yep. They got divorced back in the town we were living in before. That's why my dad and I came back to Hinamizawa. My dad couldn't get over the divorce for a long time, though. He was always just sleeping or daydreaming. Divorces and breakups always wound deeper than the more they loved their partner. It's not really a bad thing that your father was hurt so much. That's a romantic way to put it. Anyway, I eventually found out that he was spending a lot of money at the bar. I was shocked when I looked at our bank account.
Rena's mom's a famous designer. Their family used to make lots of money. So her father got lots of settlement money upon the divorce.
That's why he was able to pay for their living expenses for a while. Perhaps that was why it took him so long to get back on track.
That's true. If he had no money, he would have had no choice but to work. He would have had no time to be depressed if he kept himself busy.
It's tough leaving an ordinary pattern of life. It can really mess up people's cycles. I understand because I was that way for a while after I left the academy. Staying at home like a hermit's the worst thing you can do. You're exactly right, Rika-chan. That's why I had a talk with him. We talked about his responsibility as the head of the household and as a parent.
You always look like you're fooling around, but you're actually the most reliable person in this group. I'm impressed that you even spoke to your father like that.
It wasn't a big deal. I was shocked at first. I found out that my dad was spending his money on some lady. As his daughter, it really hurt to find that out. And then? What did you do? Well, it was no good to think about it on my own. I just kept thinking in a negative way. So I spoke to Michan about it.
All I did was listen to her. Rena was the one who faced her problems and came to the conclusion of talking with her dad about them. I didn't give her any advice. But that was the important thing. Talking to people about your problems can calm you down a lot.
Is that so? If she overcame it just by talking to Sis, maybe her problem wasn't that serious. That's not true, Shi-chan. Before I spoke to Mi-chan, all I thought about was how to hurt that lady. But I realized that wasn't a good solution at all. Talking it out with him was the most important thing. So what happened after you spoke with him? Well, we concluded that he wasn't moving on because of the money. So we transferred the funds to a different account and I took charge of them. Now my dad has to get an allowance for me every month. It's as though you're the parent now.
Everyone else laughed along with Satoko. I wasn't sure if I should laugh, but I saw Rena laughing too. Anyway, the money was keeping her father from moving on. As soon as he remembered the value of money, he stopped going to that shady bar and got a job.
It really was perfect timing. He was getting ready to pay the down payment for this lady's apartment. That would have been a mess.
You talk about it like it's nothing, but it's a pretty serious story. Your family could have been ruined.
That's true. If I didn't talk to Mi-chan, and kept on thinking about it on my own, I don't know where I would have been by now. I think I probably would have tried to kill that lady.
Everyone laughed at hearing such a dangerous thing come out of Rena's mouth. Rena laughed too, but I saw something serious in her eyes. It was probably true that she once thought about murdering that lady. She seduced Rena's father so that she could get money out of him. Knowing how short-tempered I am, I might do the same if that happened to me. I think she made the right decision in talking to Mion instead of being irrational. I'm impressed. It's not that easy to talk about your family issues.
I know. It took me a while to make the decision to talk to Mi-chan. But that one dream changed everything. A dream? Yep. Every night in bed, I'd think about my problems, so I was troubled even in my dreams. In my dream, I thought about what would happen to me if I didn't do anything. I don't know if what I saw was my imagination or a prediction of the future. In my dream, I saw that lady living with us in our home. My dad and I don't smoke, but there was an ashtray in the living room. The futon in our guest room was now hers. In the bathroom, there was a toothbrush and shampoo that I'd never choose to buy. It was an unusual sight.
That must have been very difficult. and a disgusting situation.
Satoko never told me, but I'd heard that she also lost her parents. I'd heard that she went through tough times when she was taken in by her aunt and uncle. Someone told me about that once. Satoko seemed to understand Rena's pain very well.
Yes, it was a really disheartening situation. Eventually, I felt like I didn't belong there anymore. Then something urged me to kill her. That sounds so realistic for a dream. What happened after that? I realized I was a murderer. I didn't want anyone to find out about it, and I stopped trusting anyone. I spent all day at the place I buried her. I was afraid that if I left that place, someone would find out that I killed her.
That's a nightmare. I'm glad it was just a dream for you.
I don't know. I wonder if that was just a dream. I think I saw my future. That would have happened if I didn't do anything about the situation. I woke up the next morning shaking in fear. I even felt like I smelled her perfume at home. I wondered when that dream was going to come true. I was so afraid, and that pushed me to talk to Mi-chan.
I remember Rena coming up to me and telling me that she had a secret to tell me. I honestly thought that she'd gotten a positive on a pregnancy test for a moment. I can talk about it like this now, but it was very serious then.
Mi-chan's a really dependable person. She listened to me and guided me through a solution. Eventually, we decided that I needed to talk with them face to face. Perhaps it wasn't just a dream. You're right. I think it was more than that.
Without that dream, it's possible that you would never have spoken to Mion.
I mean, I don't know, guys. I mean, like, yeah, that is a pretty weird reaction to have, but also, like, I have had plenty of friends that have had that exact reaction whenever their friends who are girls come to them, like, oh my god, I've got something really serious going on. Like, one of the first reactions is like, oh shit, are you pregnant? Like, I've seen that happen many, many times. This is not an uncommon reaction.
That could have changed your life dramatically.
A dream, huh?
You've had dreams too, Shion? Shion had said something in a small voice. Only Mion picked up on what it was. I don't know what she said, but based on Mion's reaction, she must have said something serious. By the way, Shion usually went to school in Okinomiya. However, she had been coming to the school in Hinamizawa lately. I didn't know why she chose to come this far, but she seemed to be having fun taking care of Satoko. I had no idea what brought Shion and Satoko together. Wait, weren't they on bad terms once? Is that true? Were they always that close or not?
Now I know. It's important to talk to other people.
We'll have fun in the normal way. We'll laugh together in a normal way. And we'll fall in love in a normal way. We won't doubt each other. We'll trust each other.
Friends have greater meaning than I thought. You can talk to them about anything. I finally came to realize that.
You're right. You resolved not only your family issue, but you also realized the importance of friendship.
Yeah. If anyone's troubled by something, I want to help. I really do. I want everyone to think that they can talk to me about their problems. Meep. Rena's saying something very important right now.
Rika-chan is right. We all nodded at her without joking around. A moment later, we heard someone locking the door. We were all surprised. That person didn't mean to lock the door. She must have locked it by accident, not knowing that it was already open. She turned the knob, thinking that it was now unlocked.
Is anybody inside?
The lady knocked on the door. I could hear several other people outside the door.
Oh, sorry. Let me open it.
Mion replied in a loud voice and walked toward the door. I heard her greeting the ladies from the town council.
Hey, will you guys lend a hand?
What is it? I immediately saw why Mion called us over. The people from the village committee had brought another donation. It was an old cupboard. We all helped to carry it inside the room. As I walked through the door, I realized the Higurashi were starting to cry, taking over from the cicadas.
I hear you're going to host the auction, Maibara-kun. Everyone thinks you're the best man for that job. We're all looking forward to seeing your showmanship.
I'll do my best, but please don't expect too much from me.
Sure you say. You're here today so you can come up with an idea of how to sell these items. They have every reason to expect good things from you. I'll make sure I'm at my best then.
The other ladies smiled and told me they were looking forward to it. It hadn't been that long since I moved to the village, but even these people offered me a position of huge responsibility during the festival. So you could say that they've accepted me as a member of this village. I caused so much trouble where I lived before that I couldn't even go outside. But they're accepting me as a member of the village. I was so happy. And I feel bad that I still haven't learned all of their names. But I was going to do my best to entertain the villagers who were supporting me.
What are you going to do now, Mion-chan?
Are you staying here?
No, we're gonna we're going home now. Right, Kei-chan?
Yep. I got a good idea of what we have here. I should be fine now.
I'm not interested in Watanagashi, but I do still want to see his auction. Maybe I'll come to the festival too.
You absolutely must be there, Shion-san. It'll be great if we all hang out together.
I disagree. She lives in Okonomiya, so she should go to the festival there.
I think Shi-chan should come. I think Mi-chan will prove entertaining if she does.
Since most of us want her to be here, it's decided that she's going to come. You hear that, sis? You'll be in my shadow on the day of the festival, but let's at least be nice to each other. Ugh! I hate you, Shion! I hate you, Shion! I hate you, Shion!
Whatever Mion says, I know that they're actually close. The more Mion tried to refuse her, the more it was obvious how close they really were.
Right, let's go. Make sure you get everything. I'm turning off the light now.
We made sure that we didn't leave anything inside and left the room. I looked around the shrine grounds while Mion locked the door. This big place will be filled with people on the day of Watanagashi. These grounds are going to be the site of the festival. Man, I can't even imagine the crowd. I'm really looking forward to it.
There's going to be a lot of stalls, and it'll be packed with people. You'll be surprised, I think. I wish they'd quit being stingy and hold something every season instead of once a year.
That reminds me, there's someone who visits every season. Who are you talking about?
Oh, I know who you mean. It's that photographer I met the other day, isn't it? What was his name?
You know Tomitake, Keiichi?
That's right, it was Tomitake-san. I met him on my way back home. Rena and Mion told me about him. Despite his burly frame, he's a fairly modest guy. He comes here every year to take pictures, right?
And that's what he claims, at least.
Whenever I see him, I feel like Watanagashi is close by. And after Watanagashi, it's the beginning of summer.
That's true. But the cicadas are already crying because it's gotten hot early this year. I heard on TV that this year is unusual. It's something to do with a thing called global warming.
I love a hot summer. It's not a proper summer if it's cool.
Yeah, I agree. I like the different climates of the seasons. Cool summers and warm winters disappoint me. We've got to be as passionate as the hot summer, too. How many of us are going to be there at the festival? It's going to be a battle of the 6 evils. Once again, we'll have a great Watanagashi this year.
I agree. I hope we'll have lots of fun.
Hey, Rena, don't you know? When Rika-chan says something like that, it's not just what she hopes for. It's a prediction. If Rika-chan's telling us that it's gonna be great, it really is gonna be great. That's our fate. Right, Rika-chan?
Yes, that's our fate.
Rika-chan smiled with a Nippa. Her smile assured me that the day of Watanagashi was going to be a great one for us. The auction won't be starting right away, will it?
Nah, it's gonna be right before the ritual dance, so we'll have plenty of time to hang out together.
Indeed. It's your first festival. You deserve to have fun.
After Kei-chan's auction, we'll get to see Rika-chama's ritual dance? Sounds good to me. that means I don't get to see Keiichi the whole time. I have to stand by for the dance.
You're gonna be in the show too, Rika-chan? What's the dance all about? Are you gonna do something traditional because you're the Shrine Maiden?
There's a dance and a ceremony for paying respect to the cotton inside the futon. You should root for Rika-chan too, Keiichi-kun. You see, when Rika-chan dances in her Shrine Maiden outfit, it's just so cute. I'm taking her home with me.
I've never seen a real Shrine Maiden before. I'm sure Rika-chan really will look adorable. I was looking more and more forward to the Watanagashi festival. Rena, Mion, Shion, Satoko, Rika-chan, and I. The 6 of us will definitely have a great time there. How many more days did we have? I've never been this excited about a festival in my life.
Satoko's snoring sounded so subtle while I stood by the window. Satoko? I could tell that she was sound asleep. She snores so cutely. Hanyu laughs and tries to poke Satoko's nose. I looked up at the sky. Nothing was different about the moon, but the moonlight seemed warmer than usual to me. Rika, you seem to be in a good mood. Yes, I think I am. I realized it only after Hanyu pointed it out. I really was in a very good mood. Otherwise, I wouldn't be enjoying the view of the sky on a humid night like this. I felt like bringing a toast to the moon. As I rooted around the back of the closet, Hanyu spoke to me, sounding noticeably upset. Rika, don't you even think about drinking. I deserve it. Just tonight. Hanyu doesn't like alcohol. If I drink, Hanyu will also taste it, so she always complains when I try to drink. That's why I usually drink only when Hanyu's far away from me. Of course, she'll know right away when I do, but it's too late by then. No, you can't! You're too young to be drinking! It's my body. I'm going to make my own decisions. No, I hate alcohol! You can't drink! I don't want to fight with you tonight. I'll dilute it with orange juice so you can handle the taste. Is that a deal? That's not the point. I don't like the smell of alcohol. So you can't drink! Hanyu jumped around and complained. She was making a lot of noise right where Satoko was sleeping. Stop that! You're going to wake her up! No, I'm not. Remember, you're the only one who can hear me. Bleh! Oh, just who do you think you are? I went to the refrigerator and took out a pack of orange juice and the spicy kimchi I typically use for her punishment. Let me ask you a question. Would you prefer if I ate this spicy kimchi to punish you, or drink a sweet orange juice cocktail while enjoying the beautiful moon instead? Hanyu clenched her lips while jumping up and down, ready to burst into tears. She should be disciplined for being that noisy. But she never has been since I'm the only one who can hear her. Besides, she's like air, so I can't even give her a spanking. Hanyu loves sweets, but she really hates spicy food. I mean, Nozo, it definitely counts. Her body is still that of a child. It is definitely going to have an adverse physical effect on her. It is bad. Just because, like, she's mentally old does not mean that alcohol will not fuck up her body.
Rika, would you stop jumping around?
Satoko woke up suddenly and I had to hide my glass in a hurry. Satoko doesn't know about my drinking habit.
What time do you think it is?
She fell asleep again after speaking. See? She was bothered by you jumping around like that. You nighttime nuisance.
Just like I'm the only one who can see her, I'm usually the only person who can hear the noise she makes. However, that's not the case all the time. Hanyu does exist in the world. Sometimes people can actually hear and feel her existence. It doesn't happen too often, and most people think that they just heard some random noise. Based on my experience, people who are in critical condition like Satoko tend to hear her more often. Yeah, I would... Let's not with the downplaying the whole alcoholism thing, please. It is supposed to be a pretty, like, notably bad thing. And it is a notably bad thing for most people in most situations. So let's cool it with that, please. When I say critical condition, I mean who've reached the L4 stage, as Iria would describe it. At that stage, there's nothing that can be done anymore. They'll feel the existence and hear the noise of someone that they can't see. That would really mess with their mind. Hanyu stopped jumping up and down and gave up as I started pouring alcohol into my glass. I wasn't drinking because I wanted to be mean to Hanyu. In fact, I always wished she would enjoy it too. I poured only a little bit of wine inside the glass and diluted it with plenty of orange juice. In fact, this cocktail is pretty much just juice. I also put some crushed ice inside the glass. With that, it looked like a real cocktail they serve at the bar. See, Hanyu? It's very diluted. I licked the edge of the glass to see how she'd react.
I guess it's not that bad. Good, I'll be drinking this tonight. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore, alright?
Hanyu has been scared of that kimchi punishment for a while. As I put it back inside the refrigerator, she seemed relieved. I took the glass and headed back to the window. There was no breeze, but it seemed a little bit cold and cooler. Hey, Hanyu, do you feel that something is different this time?
Are you talking about Keiichi and Rena?
Shion, too. Everyone remembers a little bit about their past. They seem to be using those memories to avoid their fatal mistakes.
I don't think it would be that surprising if it was happening individually. But I find it very strange that it's happening to everyone all at once.
I know I often use board games as examples of fate, but I feel like this is the same lucky chance as rolling all sixes on 3 dice.
I think that's a good way to describe it, in the sense that we're starting closest to your desired future. But I don't think that this is the miracle that you've been waiting for.
I knew what she was trying to say. She was telling me not to expect too much. The die is designed to have 6 sides. It's not a miracle if I roll it and get a 6. A true miracle is when I roll it once, but get a 10, just like what happened with Keiichi in my previous life. In other words, a miracle is something that would normally never happen. Keiichi gave the doll to Mion, Rena spoke with her father, and Shion started taking care of Satoko after remembering her promise to Satoshi. That was all because they had those intentions somewhere in their hearts. It was only a side of their die that was engraved there already. But still, even if you couldn't call 3 dice rolling this well a miracle, it did mean good fortune.
I'm sure it was God's way of celebrating you finally feeling motivated to change your fate.
I thought you were one of the gods.
You only treat me like a god when you're trying to tease me.
I was just kidding, don't get upset. Anyway, that's why I'm in such a good mood tonight. I lifted up the glass of orange wine and gave a toast to the moon. It tasted like nothing but sweet orange juice. It was funny to see Hanyu making a happy face as I took a sip.
I wonder if I can escape the death of 1983 this time.
If our goal is to escape from this board, then I don't think we'll ever have such a fortunate start again. No matter how hard I tried to prevent things from happening, there were some things I could never control. It's such a huge letdown when that happens. Even after trying so hard, something renders my efforts infertile. I've probably been wasting my time for so long because I was trying to escape from that pain. For the first time in my life, then, I've been blessed with a favorable situation. Everything seems perfect in this world. There's no reason for me to be depressed. It's like the weather is perfect and the wind is blowing in just the right way. If I failed to put my ship out to sea, there was nothing to pin the blame on. I understood what Hanyu was trying to say with the concerned look on her face. If I didn't escape my death under this fortunate situation, I'd have to accept that my fate wasn't something that could be changed.
This is an ideal world where all of my friends overcame their problems. I was always in a depressing world, but this time all the pieces of the puzzle matched. If I couldn't change my fate in this world, then it was proof that I couldn't change it in any world. That was the ending that I've been afraid of for a long time. The loss of hope, and the death of my soul. Of the pair of us, I was probably the only one who would die. Hanyu will most likely remain there, even if my spirit disappears. She must be afraid of being alone after I lose myself. That's why she's telling me not to expect too much. I bit down on an ice chip inside my mouth. It was pleasantly cold. Hanyu, I know we've been over this many times, but I want you to think about me again.
Sure. You want to know why you're being murdered in 1983?
Yes. A strong will becomes fate. That means the reason I get murdered this year is because of someone's strong will.
I think you're right.
Who will benefit from killing Rika Furude?
If that person has a strong will, there must be a clear motive for them doing so.
It might sound odd coming from me, but I think most people like Rika Furude. I don't think any villager would have the motive to kill me.
The people who live in this village are all fond of you.
Thanks to you.
Hello.
I'm just showing you my appreciation. Anyway, we now know that the Sonozaki family is not the culprit. I have no idea who else would want to kill me.
You know, this village is supposed to be the safest place in the world for you.
You're right. It's supposed to be. There are plenty of people who would protect me here. It's ironic. For a long time, I've been refusing help from all those people who were trying to keep me safe.
Rika, I think we should rely on Irie.
People in this village love and cherish me, but no matter what, they never save me when I try to escape the fate of my death. I spoke to several villagers in the past, but they never believed me and none of them saved me in the end. 1 second. Just wanted to take a sip of water. They probably didn't believe me because I had no idea who was trying to kill me, or what their motive was. If I could explain that, people might be more accepting of my story. But there's nothing I can do about that. No one would believe a little girl saying that she's going to be killed without rhyme or reason. All they think of me is the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama and the leader of the Furude family. They do cherish me, but they won't protect me with their lives. On the other hand, Irie and his people are totally different. They realize how special I am, and they would try to make sure that nothing happens to me. If I confessed to them that my life was in danger, I'm sure they would do their best to prevent it. They have all the means to protect me from a violent end. However, none of it really worked in the past. It's not that they're unreliable. It's because Takano, the one responsible for protecting me, also gets killed on the same day every time. In other words, asking her for help is completely useless. She's very reliable, but she also isn't. It's ironic that I'm the only one who knows the reason why they can never save me. I wonder if that's the murderer's plan. Tomitake and Takano get killed because they're my guardians. Then I get killed after that.
I think Takano's death is definitely related to your own.
If it's the same fate, I mean, if the same suspect is killing them for the same motive, I might be able to alter my own outcome by preventing their deaths.
I don't know if you remember, but we've tried that once before.
The deaths of Takano and Tomitake mean the loss of my protection. Because the two of them die, the suspect is able to kill me. That's why I've tried to prevent their deaths somehow, but they never believed me. I tried so hard to persuade them, but they didn't listen. I eventually gave up and just thought of their deaths as fated to happen. It's the same hopeless feeling I used to have towards my parents when I was able to go farther back in time. When I found out that death was inevitable, I lost interest in them. After all the time had passed, I forgot how hard I used to try to prevent my parents' deaths.
Besides, I thought you hated Irie and his people.
Yeah, they look at us as nothing but their guinea pigs. I support them so I can help Satoko, but it disgusts me to think that they're only using me as a test subject.
I've been resenting Irie for that reason. Still, I should try to get closer to him. After all, he's the only person who understands how important I am. He's the main person I should be talking to, and he has the most potential for protecting me. I can't avoid seeking help from him just because I don't like him. I've asked him for help several times before, but Tomitake and Takano get murdered even so, and it ruins everything. After their deaths, Irie panics and becomes useless. That's why I gave up on seeking help from him. But in this world, I've been blessed with a positive situation. I'll never have as lucky a start as this again. This is the best chance I'll ever get, so I should give it my best shot. I really don't like him at all. But he's not a bad person. I should respect him more. He's serious about helping Satoko, and he's not as much of a mad scientist as I'm inclined to think. Takano is a strange person too, but she's also someone who can give me support. But she thinks I'm only her guinea pig. That's why I don't really want her help. Tomitake is more reliable than Takano, but the biggest problem is that he only visits this village a few times a year. On top of that, he always dies before I get killed, so he can never help me. However, they really are the people I should be talking to. If I can change the fate of their deaths, they should be able to save me from my own. It's possible that the only reason I lived until 1983 was because of their effort. I'm going to approach them once more, and do what I can to try to save them. Oh, don't worry. I expect they'll be murdered anyways, so I'm not getting my hopes up. So I'll be fine, even if this hope is betrayed.
You're such a cruel girl.
I chuckled at her comment. If they can escape their fated deaths, then I'm sure they'll greatly influence my own destiny as well. And this time I'm going to try talking to them with the assumption they'll still be killed. In short, I'll talk to them about how I'll be protected from my coming danger after they die. If they issue such orders, then maybe the guard around me will be strengthened after they do. The protection they provide is probably the highest standard of security I could hope for. Yet I lose the moment Tomitake and Takano die. So I never have their protection after Watanagashi, and therefore I get killed too. In other words, that's it. Whoever possesses the strong will to kill me actually just wants me dead. Yet so long as those two are alive, there's tight security all around Hinamizawa that prevents the killer from getting to me. So, to kill me, they must first kill Tomitake and Takano, the heart of that security. Then my protection falls away, leaving me exposed. The more I reason it out, the more I realize their fates are connected to mine. Thinking from that point of view, my destiny becomes inescapable the moment I abandon them to die.
You should know what you have to do first, then.
Yes, I have to think about saving their lives before thinking about mine. It's kind of ironic. I gave up on them because I was more determined to save my own life. But I finally came to the conclusion that I have to help them first, before helping myself. But there's something I still don't understand. Someone with convictions this strong is trying to kill me, for some equally strong motive. Yet no matter how often I debate it, I can't think of anyone who would benefit from my death. Not only that, but there should only be people who want to protect me, especially since they would do anything to protect me and the present environment. They even eliminated my mother. To be perfectly honest, I don't even care about her anymore. I never got along with her, and she's the one who took my father's death the wrong way, making a huge deal out of it like she did. She got what she deserved. I'm a valuable guinea pig for them, and I can be a bomb, too. No one benefits from making me explode. There's only disaster awaiting them if that happens. Lots of people will be lost, and nobody would gain anything from that. According to Takano, my death would be like the eruption of a volcano in the middle of the village. I'm not interested in what happens after my death, but they're really concerned about it. They're watching me every day to ensure that I don't accidentally hit my head on the corner of a block of tofu and die. It's fair to say that they're here in order to prevent the eruption from happening. I'd be suspicious of them if they were going to benefit in some way from my death. But as everyone knows, that can't possibly be the case. My death would create nothing but a disaster. They're benefiting from my being alive right now. Perhaps it's not about gain, but about a grudge. Maybe somebody has a strong grudge against my family and kills me not knowing that I'm like a bomb to this village.
That's why I was suspicious of the three families, especially the Sonozaki family. However, after observing them in numerous worlds, I feel that's not the case. I felt that way in several lives, but it always had something to do with that incident with Keiichi and the doll. It's clear that there's nothing going on between the Sonozaki family and mine.
In that case, it must be some religious fanatic.
If it's not about profit or a grudge, it might be someone who's secretly a deranged cultist. We've already had a series of murders 4 years in a row under the name of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Timing-wise, it would be somewhat interesting if I, the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, were killed on the 5th year. I couldn't stand to be murdered for such a whimsical reason, but such a motive actually seemed fitting. Ironically, I would have to suspect Takano if that's the case. She's well known for being an eccentric researcher of local histories. She's only interested in the village's history because she already knows who I am. She's doing the research based on the notion that I'm important, so she should have no reason to kill me. She would desire to keep me close to her, as a research sample. It's hard to believe that she would kill her favorite toy. She might be willing to kill someone who would try to harm her little toy, though. I'll never find out no matter how hard I think. I just know that someone is definitely going to kill me. I don't care about anything else, as long as I can escape that fate. No, I take that back. I want to escape my deadly fate, but I also want all of my friends to be happy. And I want the rest of my life to be happy too. I don't want to hide myself in the forest forever just to get away from my murderer. In fact, I've tried that once before, but I still met with the same ending. Living in the forest was a horrible experience. I think I was able to survive until July that time. That might be the longest I ever lived. I smiled bitterly and finished off the rest of the orange wine in the glass. I'd have to talk to Irie again. I don't like him, but his people are my only hope. It's getting late. I should go to sleep now.
I think so too. Good night.
I lay down and closed my eyes, but I couldn't fall asleep right away. Suddenly, I remembered Rena's words out of nowhere. It was no good when I was thinking about it on my own. I wasn't thinking about it on my own. I was talking it out with Hanyu. Now I know. It's important to talk to other people. Friends have greater meaning than I thought. You can talk to them about anything. I finally realized that. After I asked Takano for help, should I also talk to Keiichi? I've told him before in my previous lives, but he never believed me then. Okay, I believe that after this tip is where we're going to stop for the night, by the way. It's basically for this arc in particular, I basically decided to split it up by... because I had decided ahead of time that this arc was going to be 4 streams, so I just went ahead and took the chapter and tips count, basically, and like divided it into 4. So it'll probably be after this one that we stop for the night to do theory and fan art stuff. Just giving you a heads up. The 2 of us.
Rika Furude always thought that there were 4 members in her family. She could clearly see all of us, her father, her mother, and me. She had no idea that I was invisible to anyone else but her. My appearance is a little different from human beings. I may otherwise look like a person, but I can't hide my horns. So it's obvious that I'm not human. I'd hoped that because Rika has seen me since she was a baby, she wouldn't be bothered by my ugly horns at all. And that hope came true. Just as chicks believe whatever they see first is their parent, Rika accepted me as part of her family as a matter of course, even though I have these horns. Rika and I have been close ever since the day she accepted me as her family member. I became closer to her than her parents. I couldn't even remember the last time I was able to communicate with someone. We spent all day together. But her family, especially her mother, denied my existence. Since her mother so strongly denied me, Rika and her mother became distant. Rika didn't learn certain things that many children learn from their mothers. That's why I taught her instead. It's kind of ironic how that made her mother resent Rika even more. Rika used to fight with her mother a lot about how she talked. I guess she picked up some bad habits from me. Besides the fact that she didn't get along with her mother, Rika was a pretty normal girl. She was just like Satoko. She loved running around in the woods and doing mischievous things. However, in June 1983, Rika's life was taken. All we want is a happy life for Rika. My power only allows us to search for the path leading to that. It's awful to repeat the same tragedy over and over again. Although it's devastating, we can still find happiness within this endless world. Rika Furude's destiny is a tragic dead end, but I'm secretly enjoying the fact that I get to spend more time with her than what normal people can enjoy. It's not just Rika. They may not see or hear me, but being with Satoko, Mion, Rena, and Keiichi is also very fun. I can never be one of them, but I can still be by their side.
So, we kind of didn't really get it said in super explicit terms, but I mean, she basically lays it out right there. The reason why things have repeated over and over again is because, Hanyu keeps bringing them back. Hanyu keeps bringing them to these different possibilities, these different branches, to try to seek out the best possible outcome, because she couldn't accept the fact that Rika died. Which, to me, that fucking hurts, bro. That fucking hurts my heart so bad. That, like, God. Anyway. I am going to put up our thinker for tonight. Thank you, Indigo, for very good art. And you guys get to talking about your theories in chat while I pull up art. Yay. No, Nier. Definitely not. Okay, let's see. Grabbing art. Okay, I think that's everything there. Let's check Discord now. Thank you all very much, by the way, for putting up with my sick ass. I don't know if if I've sounded at all like congested or anything while reading. I hope not, but okay. Got that. Got this. By the way, talking about Discord art, by the way, Pining Tree, that one's really cool. I think YouTube might get mad at me for that though, so I might have to I might have to skip out on that one, unfortunately. Let's see. Let me make sure that I got everything there. Oh. Let me get that too. Okay, I think that should be everything. Okay. Let's drag that over here. Go over here. Alright. Now let's read what you guys have been saying in chat. Grifter's Bones. Okay, getting started. Hanyu is definitely the footsteps slash loud crashing sounds we've heard before. Perhaps you're right about that. Who could say? But Evie Curry, I'm hoping we're close to the final loop that can break through from the tragedy so these kids can live normal lives. I mean, we're getting there. We're definitely getting there. We have a promising start here so far. Gona. Okay, so my current theory about the parasite is that it is real and the Sonozakis and Irie know about it, but they're not planning to use it as a bioweapon. Instead, they're trying to find a cure. If what Mion said about the highway construction is true, then the Sonozakis are trying to expand not just their influence, but also Hinamizawa. A parasite slash virus affecting the region ruins that. Oh, okay, you're not done yet. I will come back to yours in a moment. Jetty Real. It seems clear that Hanyu is the extra footsteps that Keiichi and Shion describe hearing, but then there's the rattling in the storehouse. How come only she and Tomitake could hear it? I wonder. I wonder why that is. If you remember, what, yeah, Evie Curry, actually already followed up with that. Yeah. Shion and Tomitake might be going through the same thing Satoko is going through. Because remember the thing about, like, oh, only at this certain point will you start hearing noises of a person who isn't there. So, yeah, I'm glad somebody made that connection and offered that as a theory as well. I was going to say something about it. Circling Spyro. Love the theme of wills strong enough to warp fate. Me too. It's very... I love it a lot. It's very important to me. It's honestly, like, it's very like Rika, like this is why I said at the very beginning of the series, by the way, when somebody asked me like which character I related to the most, I think I said at the time that it was Rika. Like Rika is such a like within the mechanics of the series and how it works, Rika is so well written as like a very good analogy of like living with depression. Like obviously it is done in this sort of supernatural sort of like mystical kind of way to explain why she is in that mindset, but like it is very like potent, you know what I mean? And like it is something that I relate to a lot, and why I like specifically really appreciate Rika as a character and like really vibe with her a lot, and why just like generally like I have a lot of, you know, attachment to her as a character. I mean, there are several reasons for that, but that's definitely one of them. Grifters. Rika's cure is definitely whatever Iria has been working on. Why she thought it would fix Shion is probably connected to what we know about Satoko's condition. Again, very good connection there. Lyra, I forget, did Keiichi hear the noise in the shed in Watanagashi? No, he did not. He didn't know what the hell that they were talking about. He was like, what, there was a noise? I didn't hear anything. Satoko's condition apparently is something that's happened before to other people before, since they have an idea of the symptoms. What's really interesting is those symptoms match up with Keiichi, Shion, and Satoshi previously. The condition may just make one be able to hear Hanyu. I would also think to point out that Rena and Tomitake both experience the maggots thing, and Tomitake hears Hanyu, ? So Rena might also have the condition. What's also interesting is that other than like Rena, all of those people soon after went completely insane. It's different for, and you're also going still. But I think I understand what you're about to get at as well. Let's see. I forget if that had been different in Mayakashi. Nah, it was the same. Kitty, the fact that we don't know the name of what's affecting Satoko adds to this being a part of the village specifically. I agree. It has some spoilers, but I recently heard the opening to the Kai anime, and I'm obsessed with it right now. I can't remember what spoilers the Kai OP has. But, no, the Kai OP, the Kai anime OP, which, if you want to look up just the song without the lyrics, although obviously be careful anyway, is a song called Naraku no Hana. That song fucking rules. I love Naraku no Hana. It's a really good OP. I may not be that big a fan of the Studio Dean anime at the end of the day anymore, but like Naraku no Hana fucking hits. It's a classic. It's peak. Oh, actually, I think I do remember the spoiler that it has in the opening animation, though. I mean, it's vague enough that, like, if you don't know what it is, you might not be able to pick up on it, but yeah, I'd be careful about it anyway. The Kai ending theme is probably my favorite anime ending out there. Taisho-e, yeah, I think that's the name of it. Yeah, that song is also really good. I like it a lot. see. Dragonite. Also, since nobody else has brought it up yet, we know what the volcanic gas thing was. That just happens when Rika dies, apparently. I wouldn't necessarily say we know everything about that so far. We've only got really, like, vague implications of what she even means by that, but it's definitely something to keep in mind for the future. Because Rika is, like, speaking very frankly in a way about, like, certain things that we don't have all of the information for. Especially when it comes to, like, you know, like Satoko's condition and stuff like that. We will gradually learn more stuff. But for now, you know, let's just absorb it all a little bit at a time, shall we? Radical. Not a theory, but remember how one of the club games they played a couple arcs ago had them grab a punishment at random made by each of them, and Keiji drew the all punishment last? I'm starting to think I know who put that one. Well, I don't know. Who could it have possibly been? Okay, I think Gona is done, so I'll go back to the top of Gona's real quick. Okay, so my current theory about the parasite is that it is real and the Sonozakis and Irie know about it, but they're not planning to use it as a bioweapon. Instead, they're trying to find a cure. If what Mion said about the highway construction is true, then the Sonozakis are trying to expand not just their influence, but also Hinamizawa. A parasite/virus affecting the region ruins that. Plus, they also lived there and would die by the virus too. I think Irie is researching to find a cure, and that's why his clinic is so fancy. The Sonozakis are probably financing his research. I also think what kills everyone in the end is the virus. I think the gas emissions cause the virus to spread and kill everyone, with the gas eruption happening hours later, which is why Keiji survives. The gas didn't have time to reach him. Irie probably realized the virus would kill everyone soon, and he commits suicide out of guilt for failing to complete the cure. It's an interesting theory. I'm trying to think logistically about, like, why gas would necessarily spread the disease, though. Like, maybe I'm missing something, but I feel like that would be a little odd. Grifter is still going, so I will wait a little bit longer on that one as well. Cyan Lime, the alternate version of Taisho A on Anina's natal album, is also really worth a listen. I actually don't know if I've heard it before. Maybe I should, give that a look later. Because I think the only version of the song that I've heard is the one from the anime. Or the full version of the one from the anime as well, but you know what I mean. The one that's used in the anime. God. Ugh. Ugh, my stiff-ass muscles. Ugh. Knack, I'm remembering that I got into Higu at the height of the pandemic, imagine. All the talk about a fucking endemic disease in the last one being like, oh god. I understand the fear. I'm just imagining, like, fucking, like, Keiichi on the phone with Mion, like, I think Rena is sick. I think she's got some kind of disease. And Mion on the phone, like, Rena has COVID! Oh, jeez. Theory Furudad is only strengthened by the existence of Hanyu. Yeah, you know, fair enough. She can help with the ruse. And nobody would even be able to see her or hear her. Okay, Grifters is done, so I will scroll back up and read that now. Okay, Grifter's Bones. Satoko's condition apparently is something that's happened before to other people before, since they have an idea of the symptoms. What's really interesting is that those symptoms match up with Keiichi, Shion, and Satoshi previously. The condition may just make one be able to hear Hanyu. I would also think to point out that Rena and Tomitake both experienced the maggots thing, and Tomitake hears Hanyu, ? So Rena might also have the condition. What's also interesting is that other people than like Rena, all of those people soon after went completely insane. It is different for all of them, but 3 of the 4 people who experienced those hallucinations killed someone soon after and experienced a sudden onset of paranoia. Their experiences also got gradually worse. Tomitake is a bit of an outlier since we only know that he scratched himself to death, but that's frankly because we haven't been in his mindset. He could have been experiencing those symptoms and we just didn't know. All this kind of means to me is that there's something going on around which can be controlled, but makes people think some bullshit and then die. I love that turn of phrase. Think some bullshit and then die. Me. I can probably figure out a way to fit Takano into all of this, but I'll need to think on that for a bit. Ultimately, this tells me that the messages of Higurashi is talk to your friends, fuck the cops, blonde people are just like that, and vaccinate. Honestly, probably a good way to put it. Well, I don't know. We don't need to drag Satsuko into this, but all relatively fair. Yeah, I am interested in your thoughts though, but I understand we've gotten a lot of sort of conflicting information at this point, so it'll probably take a little bit of time to work out. So hopefully, you'll have some time to think about that before next week, and hopefully nothing that happens next week will completely dump your brain upside down and ruin your entire thought process. That is not me cheekily hinting toward anything, by the way. I'm just saying, hopefully. Lyra, I think the anime/manga adaptation not locking you in Keiichi's head, especially when he rambles for pages and pages, makes it kind of an impossible thing to adapt and keep the impact. No, yeah, exactly. Like, part of what I think makes the paranoia and stuff in Higurashi so palpable, and what makes that element of the psychological horror so effective, is that you are, like, within the perspective of the character and, like, kind of get to follow their thought process. So even if on paper some of what they are thinking or saying, like, seems a little bit insane, it is really easy to get, like, caught up in their own thought process and sort of feel the same way that they do. It's the reason why I think Meikashi in particular really suffers in the anime adaptation in particular, aside from the fact that they just cut the Sonozaki twin backstory shit, which is also really important. But, like, the fact that you're not literally following Shion's point of view and seeing how she thinks these things out and how she arrives at the conclusion she does, is, like, it's a big part of why I think, like, a lot of people, like, don't get me wrong, like, Shion and Meikashi is doing a lot of horrible shit, but, like, it is much easier to come to an understanding of how she comes to those conclusions and why she's acting the way she does when you get to see it from her perspective. When you don't see it from her perspective, you're just seeing her actions and nothing else. She seems, like, way more cruel for no reason at all, when in reality she does, like, have reasons that she's acting the way she does. And it's just one of those things that, like, yeah, it's very difficult to replicate that. I wonder if someone could do it in stage play form, but it might involve surreal sequences or a lot of soliloquy. I actually think that the Umineko stage plays are really good at this. They do a lot of interesting, like, framing devices for inner character thoughts. Obviously, they have to gloss over a lot of inner narrative just for the sake of keeping the pacing on point, but, like, for really important stuff, they'll still pull aside and, like, do something with that. Usually by having, like, the interpretive dancers sort of, like, convey the character's inner thoughts or their feelings in some way, or, like, show projections of, like, text on the backgrounds and stuff like that. It's very interesting the way they actually like format that, and I think honestly a Higurashi stage play could probably manage to do a similar thing if they wanted to. Definitely. Yeah, the chessboard sequences are really good. I'm not gonna get too into Umineko, obviously. Umineko talk is banned, but yeah, I think that would be good. Let's see. I might need like an Anno approach to directing, like how cerebral the OG Evangelion gets. Do you know how much I would love that? Do you know how much I would love a Higurashi anime adaptation that gets like thick in the weeds of like surrealist visuals and like presentation, like something like Eva does? I would fucking kill for that. That would be awesome. Hey, Bowser. I love that the story introduced a new character in one of the final arcs who had secretly been with everyone the whole time, but we didn't notice. It recontextualizes so much of what's happened. No, it's really fun. I like Hanyu a lot. There's actually a really fun thing that the anime does with this. One W that I can give to the anime is that season 2 of the anime, because season 1 barreled through all of Onikakshi to Sumi Horoboshi in 26 episodes, which, yes, is fucking insane, by the way. They missed out on like several key bits of information that they had to include to make the story make sense. So the second season of the anime begins with like a 4 to 5 episode like filler arc that is basically made completely original for the anime, that includes some of that information basically like reworked back into the story. It's actually pretty decent. Since it's written originally for the anime, it doesn't really suffer from a lot of the same problems the anime tends to. So I'd say that it's like fairly worth watching. Anyway, there is like one frame in one of the club games where Hanyu is like in the frame and she's just like standing there in the background, like transparent and see-through. And you don't really see it that well if you're not actually looking out for it, but if you pause and look at that specific spot, like you can see her. It's just a fun little bit of foreshadowing. Also, if any of you are like if the one good pitch that I would give for that filler arc as well is that it focuses a lot on the actual like friendship and relationship between Rika and Satoko, and specifically how it feels for Satoko to watch Rika acting in these like weird asynchronous ways, like she knows something is going to happen to her, and like having this sort of listless feeling of like just giving up on life, and how that actually affects Satoko to watch. It's really sad, but it's also very emotionally compelling. Gona, if the swamp is the breeding ground for the virus, an explosion happening there could spread the virus in the air and infect everyone. I'm not 100% sure about that part of my theory, though. Okay, I guess I understand what you're trying to get at there, then. Yeah, I was just trying to sort of track the thinking there. But I think I get what you mean. Reminds me about the Hunger Games, actually, where Katniss is a much different character, where you can see what she's thinking is different than just what she shows everyone around her. I am actually not very familiar with the Hunger Games, but I know a lot of people who do like it quite a bit, so maybe one day I will understand what you mean by this. I mean, I kind of get what you're saying already, obviously, but maybe I will know the specifics more if I give it a shot one day. Anno approach would also be cool, because if I recall correctly, Ryukishi is a fan of him. Dream collab for real. I can't remember, actually. Has Ryukishi said anything? I think he's probably said something about Eva at some point. I feel like not every, but almost every creator, like contemporary creator of note in Japan, is at least aware of Eva, if not having like seen Eva, because it is such a like touchstone of culture at this point. Yeah, I would love to see those two collab in any way imaginable. That would be fucking awesome. And I mean, like, Ano still does like a lot of really cool like film directorial roles and stuff like that too. I think he's still definitely got the sauce. So, you know, it could happen. Fucking Shin Godzilla, fucking Shin... Wait, I can't remember actually. He did Shin Godzilla. I can't remember if he was actually the one who did Shin Kamen Rider. Was he? I feel like he was. Unless I'm just remembering incorrectly. I think so. Yeah. I think so. Might post my recap in the Discord. Yes, but yeah. I mean, yeah, I understand Arahabaki's point too. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe actually I would wait until the end of Minagoroshi just in case. I don't remember specifics as well, but yeah, maybe just to be safe. I think I was reading about Kikonia and Ano was mentioned in there. Oh yeah, I haven't gotten around to Kikonia yet, so I wouldn't be familiar. But yeah, that especially wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. Did say but why in the Discord. Okay. I will look. Actually, I also need to pull up this art that was not in the chat when I was first pulling up art. There we go. Let's scroll back to the top of that. Okay. Yeah, I do need to get around to Kikonia. It's just, I mean, I've already explained to you guys a million times why I've kind of been putting it off, but, you know, I'm sure I'll like it. One has to wonder, how does the swamp creature connect to the swamp gas in Hanyu? I mean, I don't know. What do you think? Personally, I think that the swamp creature is actually Hanyu's cute little pet dog. And everybody just mistakes what it is because it's covered in a bunch of gunk from the swamp. I think that's all it is. I don't think it's a creature. I think it's just a little pupper. That's my theory. Yeah, I think we're probably... It's Missile. Do we think Hanyu participates in Furudad? Absolutely. She has to. Like that river spirit from Spirited Away? Yeah, it's actually a pretty good comparison. Counter-argument, a pupper can be a creature. I mean, yeah. True. Her dog, of course, has cute horns. Of course, of course. Okay, anyway. I think we've kind of slid past theory crafting at the moment, so let's go ahead and do art now. Okie dokie. So, starting off very strong with this really good piece from Chiyoko at Chiyoko Arts on Blue Sky. For tonight's stream, we are formally introduced to Rika's guardian, Hanyu. Poor girl is just so full of despair at this point. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. But, oh, this is really cool. I like this a lot. The posing, the, like, Ah, man, it reminds me of the that one shot of Lane in the wires in the Serial Experiments Lane ED, where it kind of looks like almost like she's like in a womb or something. You know what I mean? Like that sort of posing, that sort of like, yeah, like, I don't know. You get what I mean. Yeah, I think this is really, really cool. I like this a lot. Always good to see Hanyu looking a little bit more dramatic as well, considering she is so silly, she is so goofy. Me saying Theory activated your Siri. Oh no. I did not mean to do that. That's really funny. I promise not to tell your device to buy like 5 million turnips or whatever. Yeah, this is really cool though, Chiyoko. Very good job. And also, actually, you do have another thing that you submitted on the Discord, which was this, which was an unused, like a scrapped art thing that you were gonna do. A scrapped idea for this stream, which is also really cute. I like this Hanyu as well. All Hanyu good Hanyu, but this one is also very good. Moving on over to Tumblr for the moment. We have this submitted from Floor Pancakes, The Endless Carousel of Schrodinger's Cat. And then we also have this alt color version here. Ooh, it's good. It's really good. Since we finally get to look inside Rika's head this chapter, I wanted to draw a little something taking reference from the iconic Kaioppi Naraku no Hana. Oh, we were just mentioning it earlier. The running Rikas across the moon represent her cruel and unusual fate, cycling endlessly through the month of June 1983, like a cat chasing its own tail in futile circles. What will happen to the next cat trapped within the cycle, and who do those mysterious horns belong to? There's an evening and night version prepared this time. I started earlier so I could be a bit more deliberate with my creative choices this time and give it a fancy ethereal kind of vibe. I hope you like it and keep up the amazing work. Yeah, you did absolutely fantastic with this. I really, really like the coloring. I really like the like texturing. The moon thing is really fucking cool. I like it a lot. Hanyu peeking out from behind. There are so many elements of this that really pop and stand out that just like perfectly capture the mood. You did a fantastic job with this. And also, P.S. Yes, here is a quick bonus piece I made out of the small Rikas since they weren't originally meant to be silhouettes. Pretty proud of them considering I'm not the best at drawing side profiles. I think you did a really good job with that, yeah. This is really good. Fantastic job. I am impressed. Especially again, I'm always stunned with people getting this stuff done in just like a week time. Well, I guess you had slightly more than a week this time because of the break. But I mean, even so, like it's still just really impressive to me that people churn out stuff of this quality in the times in between streams. Very cool. Going back to this for a second. From Indigo, Torrential Stardust on Tumblr. Higurashi, Rika Confuse. Oh hey, I do art still. Yes, you do, and it's very good. I drew Rika, our perfectly normal 11-year-old girl, in the vein of that one bisexual Brazilian actress. Yeah, it was interesting going so close up. I still had to zoom out a bit because this style and my style in general isn't super detail focused, but I hope I brought a lot of the same energy from that meme as well as preserving Rika's own unique energy. I think so. And then we have our alts here with the different outfits, which are also very good. I haven't read ahead, so I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen, but I do know some of what's happening, so I'm excited either way. I've been busy with a lot of stuff lately, so it's been nice to relax, if only a little, and feel comfortable doing art again. I hope to do more soon. Yeah, absolutely. Also, Tumblr has been eating my computer's RAM lately. I couldn't even upload these images on desktop, and I've tried a lot to fix it, so I'll probably prioritize Blue Sky in the future, unless I absolutely need to have paragraphs like these. It is kind of sad how unruly this site has gotten. Maybe I should bite the bullet and find another site with this kind of format. Yeah, it is unfortunate. Tumblr is not a very well-optimized website. Also, its current administration fucking sucks. Like, you know, people say, you know, like, oh, I went back to Tumblr because, you know, Twitter is bad. But, like, honestly, the administration on Tumblr is nearly just as bad. Like, in fact, I mean, yeah, pretty much just as bad. Fucking, oh my god, I can't remember the name of that guy who runs Tumblr at the moment, but he fucking sucks. Hate that guy. Anywho, really good Rikas though. Thank you, Indigo, as always. Speaking of people who always contribute great content, we have this from Dingo's Trash. Hooray, the real littlest guy in the world has appeared! God. I no longer hate Mondays. Instead, I just hate life. Oh, no! This is so cute. I love them. You draw Hanyu so fluffy. It's so perfect for her. The little heart in the mouth, too. It's so fun. I like this a lot. And also this, which is so adorable. Like, head in my hands. This is so cute. Her eyes are so fucking large. Oh, man. I didn't know that I didn't think to look forward to seeing Hanyu in your art style, but now that I've seen it, I love it, and I need more of it immediately. Thank you for your wonderful contribution. It is so fun to see this. Oh man. Always excellent work from you. Moving on over to Discord now. We have this from Gloomy. Minagoroshi spoilers. I mean this in the nicest way possible, but is she stupid? She is so stupid. I love her. I mean, I don't suppose you're entirely incorrect, no. But we love her anyway. This is really cute. The fucking finger steepling. Eto blah. It's, yeah, also very cute in your style. She's so scrinkly. Yeah, that's exactly the best way to put it. Jetty Real with the Canadian $5. Welcome to Higurashi, where the evil spirit is just a cute anime girl. Yep, bet you didn't see that coming. And we all love her very much. Yeah, very good work, as always, Gloomy. Speaking of also really fucking good work, we have this, submitted from, Knack, who has joined the stream tonight as well. Wait, let me find the original caption because you had to repost it. Yes. Happy Higurashi Friday. Here's a slightly old zine piece that I am happy I can share to folks who are in there as we speak. I remember obsessively making sure D&D had come out by the time Higurashi was taking place, and yes, it had. So, yeah, I said this earlier on the server, because you had mentioned the zine in question. It was a Higurashi fanzine called Fragments of 1983. I own this zine. I bought a copy of it when it was coming out. So I actually do have... Like, I have seen the physical version of this piece in that zine. It's on my shelf shrine of When They Cry merch over there. It is actually sitting right on top of my copy of the big, like, art book that came with the, I think, limited edition of Kizuna 4 for the DS. But yeah, this is really fucking good. Like, I love all of the pieces in that zine. They're all really good, but this one in particular I've always had a soft spot for, just because of, like, the energy of it, the fact that I can absolutely see everybody in this picture playing the roles that they are depicted as having here, and, like, imagining how they would play them. Keiichi, deadass wizard, Mion fighter, just dunked on Keiichi. Satoko the Barbarian Rogue Multiclass is so fucking based, by the way. That is, like, one of the best decisions I have ever seen. This is like so accurate to my conception of her as a character. Rika DM also Warlock, and Rena Cleric with Patron Oyashiro-sama, which her little character is so fucking adorable, by the way. I mean, everybody is really good, but it's so cute. I love your style a lot, by the way. All of these expressions, the actual like layout of the background, everybody's like body language and stuff as well. It's just like it all is very, very good. I quite like this piece a lot, and I'm very glad that you submitted it for the stream to show it off, because I am very happy to. There are a lot of pieces from that zine, honestly, that I would love to show off if the artists in question ever wanted to. Actually, let me see if I can... One second. I'm not gonna actually show the inside of it or anything, but I just wanted to see real quick if I could... Hold on. Let me move some trash out of the way so you don't see how absurdly messy my room is. Don't worry about it. I've been doing fine, by the way. But just wanted to show real quick. Yeah, this is the zine. It's really cool. I don't know if there's any way to get your hands on it anymore. Maybe the digital version? I can't remember. Naki would probably know better than me. But it's a really good zine, and I like it a lot. Anyway. It does have full series spoilers in it, though, so even if I wanted to show everything off from it right now, I couldn't, but still very good. Anywho. And that's the Hanyu one from Chiyoko. Next, moving on to this from... Scrolling down to find the original caption. Rahela. Episode 7, another installment of Troubled Higurashi, this time featuring Rika and her favorite wine. Hopefully this time around she won't have to break out... yeah. Let's save that, actually. I'll save reading that part of the caption for a later installment. But, yeah. The ability to remain sober and gracious is indeed a form of mild insanity. I know, I wasn't going to drop it until it was literally named in the VN, because there is a particular point at which it is named, and it is not for a while. But, sorry, I'm just cleaning my glasses real quick. There's also Umineko things in there, I think, so tread carefully. I can't remember. I would have to look through it again myself, too. Actually, I mean, it's right here. I can just flip through it. Okay, yeah, you know... I don't think, it's not anything Umineko related. It does have some pieces related to Go and Sotsu, though. So, if there's anybody that cares about Go Sotsu spoilers, the zine does have Go Sotsu spoilers. But, anyway, going back to this, though. Very good. I like the absolutely dead, tired expression on her face, because I relate very heavily to it. Also, the caption is very applicable. God. I'm not going to name it right now, but that particular brand of wine, I have definitely looked into possibly getting some of it in the past, just because I think it would be really funny as part of the bit. But, we'll see. Maybe one day. Moving on to these submitted by Evie Curry. Sketches started around last week. After I saw the Satoko wagged her finger, I knew she had to be put in Sonic style, and then I wanted to draw Sonic OCs for a few others, and then I wanted to add colors. This is so cute. God, the fucking title screen finger wag. The little mouse Satoko. She's so fucking adorable. Why is this like the most fitting assignment I have ever seen for any Higurashi character as a furry? This is so it's so good. The way that the fur kind of like mimics the framing of the hair on her face is also really good too. You did a very good job with that. Her little tail, God. And then this with Cat Rika, Fox Rena. That's really fun. Am I to assume, like, I assume, is Takano supposed to be like a, I don't know actually. Is she also You're like Evie, you might have to clarify that one for me. Oh, Kitsune Takano. Okay. That I was kind of thinking for a second that she might be, but I was like, I didn't know if you were gonna do like a mystical creature. But that's fun though. Actually, it is kind of fitting considering that she's so like fixated on like folklore and stuff too. So that's actually an interesting choice. This is really cute though. I love the little like tuft of fur for Rika there as well. That's really fun. Yeah, all of these are really, really adorable. You did a fantastic job with these. And last but not least, we have this submitted by Dav at Space Caribou on the server as well. Didn't really know what to do today, so I decided on Shion not experiencing the horrors. I really love her stepping up and taking care of Satoko in Satoshi's absence. It's very sweet. I agree. And again, it's like one must imagine Shion happy, and I'm so happy to see it. So happy for her. That little addition in this early part of the arc is definitely one of my favorite parts of it, honestly. It's so nice to see Shion and Satoko getting along. Because obviously Sumi Horoboshi was a little bit busy with other stuff, so we didn't really get a chance to see that as much last time, so it's fun to finally kind of see a payoff for that stuff from Miyakashi. Also just, in general, really good posing and expression. As always, like I say, your art just keeps getting continually and consistently better, Dav. Very cool. Let's tab through all of these one last time. And yay. Very good art, as always, everybody. Thank you so much for submitting something if you did. I always look forward to seeing it at the end of the week. It's one of the highlights of my week. We are just getting started on this wonderful, wonderful arc that has a lot of great stuff to look forward to. I am looking forward to getting to more of it. I don't think I have anything else to say. Hopefully, I should be able to do a Tuesday stream, by the way, which will be the stream Above the Devil that I meant to do this past Tuesday, but I couldn't because I was feeling like dog shit. I will also... honestly, I'll be pretty busy next week, as a matter of fact, with streams, because in addition to next Tuesday's Of the Devil and next Friday's Higurashi, I also have, on Monday, I'm going to be guest appearing on Save Data, Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Case 2 stream, because I haven't been on there in a while. I played Case 1 of that game, and they offered me the chance to come back to appear on Case 2, so I decided yes, because I was I was missing hanging out with those guys. They're cool guys. So I'll be there for that. If you guys watch Save Data, which you should, they're great. And then that Saturday, this is not something that you should probably tune into if you are a new Higurashi viewer, if you don't know full Higurashi spoilers, just as a warning for that. Sorry, don't mean to leave you out or anything. But on Saturday, I am also going to be, or like, not tomorrow Saturday, but next week Saturday, I'm going to be appearing on some kind of stream being done for, like, to celebrate, basically, the like month of June Watanagashi for Higurashi, which is an event organized by Yandere Totodile. It is like a sort of like Matsuri Higurashi event. I will be appearing on a stream on Saturday to do interview stuff about my involvement with the fandom and the franchise and stuff like that. They have lots of cool little events all planned all throughout June. So if you're somebody who's, you know, a big fan of the franchise and has stuck around for a long time and know a lot about it, there will be plenty of cool events to tune into. There's an art contest that they're doing with prompts all throughout the month. There's going to be live viewings of one of the TV dramas, I believe. Lots of cool stuff. So you should definitely check out and swing by that if you're, you know, immune to spoilers, because there will be spoilers. But yeah, really cool. I'm looking forward to that. I'm very happy to have been invited by for that. And yeah, I don't think there's anything else that I have to go over. Sorry to just like totally backload the stream with that stuff, but I had to remember to get it all out before the end. Anyway, I don't think that there's anything else to go over now. So I will leave and get some much needed rest now. But thank you so much for tuning in as always. I will see you guys in the next stream, hopefully. Bye.